831, Delegate Stein. House Bill 466 and 467 from our very own Delegate Otto, followed by House Bill 843, Delegate Love, and 723, also Delegate Love. House Bill 530, Delegate Kerr. House Bill 848, Delegate Rose. House Bill 851, Delegate Wilkins. House Bill 924, Delegate Grammer. House Bill 934, Delegate Hutchinson. Let the games begin. We're going to start with Delegate Smith and her panel, which I understand includes at least one county executive.
And one mayor.
What?
And one mayor.
And one mayor. So come on up. Oh, of course, Mayor Scott, pardon me.
Thank you so much. For the record, I'm Delegate Stephanie Smith, and I'm so happy to be here with the most friendly Chair Barve and also incredibly friendly Vice Chair Stein and all my distinguished colleagues of the Environment and Transportation Committee. I'm here to present for your consideration and hopefully your support House Bill 843. I just want to start by giving you a little bit of background about what leads us today before you, and then go into kind of what this bill sets out to do. So Baltimore City and Baltimore County, we share a commitment to developing a regional solution to regional challenge. And no issue lies at our that actually ties our jurisdictions together more than our shared drinking water and sanitary sewer systems. They serve 1.8 million residents in our region. The water and wastewater systems that serve both Baltimore City and Baltimore County are owned and operated by the city of Baltimore under both state and regional law agreements that were last updated in 1972. I was born in 1981. That's just like to give you some clarity there. As the region's population has grown and changed, and the operational and fiscal requirements of the utilities have become more complex, the leaders of both Baltimore City and Baltimore County have agreed that it's time to evaluate the governance framework and under which these critical systems are managed. So that's what brings us here today, is that we have a governance model and system that was conceived before the leaders, many of whom are before you today, were even thought of. And so this legislation would seek to create a task force on Baltimore regional water and wastewater. And we want to give you a little bit of a sense of who would be a part of what this task force is set out to do. They will be reviewing the Water and Sewer Services Comprehensive Business Process Report, which was jointly commissioned by Baltimore City and Baltimore County and finalized in July 2021. This task force would also evaluate and assess other regional water and wastewater governance models for how there may be improvements upon the system we currently utilize. We're going to be looking at operations. We're going to be looking at employment, recruitment, retention, and training, billing and collections, planning for capital improvements, emergency management, and/or rate stability for Baltimore's utilities, and recommend the governance model best suited for today for the Baltimore region wastewater and water utilities, and the legislation and funding necessary to establish the recommended model. This bill does not create a regional authority. I'll say it again for your listening pleasure. This bill does not create a regional authority, nor does it dictate specific outcomes for the task force. This bill requires the task force members to have experience and expertise in water, wastewater and/or infrastructure financing, or represent residents or ratepayers of each jurisdiction. Final recommendations from the task force are required by January 2024. This legislation will advance collaborative regional decision-making and ensure safe and equitable water and wastewater services for the Baltimore region for the years to come. So that summarizes what House Bill 843 sets out to do, and I do hope that through our panel today that we'll be able to earn a favorable report on House Bill 843. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. So let me just let you know how this is going to go. What I believe I'm going to do is I'm going to give both of the mayor and the county executive 4 minutes to speak, and then the people who are on your positive panel. And then, before going to favorable with amendments, we will go to questions. And so I'm going to first, only because they were signed up in this order, I'm going to ask County Executive Olszewski, denizen of the Ways and Means Committee, to testify first, and then Mayor Brandon Scott in that order. And Delegate Ebersole.
Yes. Scotty beamed me in. I'm here now.
Mr. Chairman, if it pleases the chair and the committee, I'm happy to defer to the mayor first.
That's perfectly fine.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the committee, and thank you to my good friend, the county executive, for allowing me to go first as I have to return back to Baltimore as I'm hosting the House Dems in Baltimore, and we're expecting a very special guest in the city in any due time. I am Mayor Brandon Scott of the City of Baltimore, here to testify in support of HB 843, which seeks to establish a Baltimore Regional Water Governance Task Force. I want to thank my delegate, Smith, and all the members of the city delegation for signing on as co-sponsors of this important legislation. Our water system, when it was first established, serviced around 250,000 residents. Today, our water system now provides service to 1.8 million residential and business consumers across Baltimore City and the 5 surrounding jurisdictions. Our utility includes 3 reservoirs containing 86 billion gallons of water, multiple pumping stations to serve the growing needs of the Baltimore region. These treatment plants combined produce $360 million, $360 million gallons of drinking water each day. Our wastewater treatment plants collect and treat an average flow of 200 million gallons of wastewater daily through a complex system of 3,100 miles of sanitary mains. Baltimore has been proud to diligently serve as the region's water supplier for all these years. But as you heard from our delegate, we are at a pivotal moment for our region and how we need to look at this system to best address the needs through the utility. Together with the county executive and all of our partners, we are trying to secure a brighter future for all of our residents by ensuring efficient, equitable, and sustainable delivery of this essential service. Let me be very clear by saying water is a human right, and simply providing access to water and sewage services isn't enough. It is our obligation to put in place legislation and policy that gives our residents access to long-term quality services while protecting one of their most basic needs. The creation of this task force is the first step towards modernizing the governance of our water and wastewater utilities throughout Greater Baltimore. Its recommendations will ultimately improve the efficiency, ensure equity, and lead to a better customer experience for our residents. As you heard from my good delegate, the current agreement was put into place before any of the elected officials that are from the city and county and executive level were born. So we should not be operating on something that is that outdated. In Baltimore, we are currently in the process of upgrading archaic and outdated structures and systems, and we have in place, and we are proud to stand in solidarity with our county partners as well as our local and state delegation, because this is a priority for all of us. As leaders, it is our duty to ensure that everyone has affordable and equitable access to clean and safe water. And that is our ultimate goal for when this task force brings its recommendations back to Annapolis next January. There is power in partnership, and the formation of this task force is a key step towards securing a better future for our residents and a more efficient governance structure for our shared water resources that Baltimore City is proud to own and operate, and would love to figure out how we can improve that in a regional manner. For those reasons, I request a favorable report for HB 843, and thank you all for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and please feel free to stay as long as you wish or to leave whenever it's convenient for you. My old friend, the county executive of Baltimore County, Johnny O.
Good to see
Welcome.
you, Mr. Chairman.
Good to see you.
Old friend. Does that mean I'm old, or we've just been friends for a long time?
Well, I'm certainly old. By the way, I was born in 1958. I wonder if your agency is older or younger than that.
It's wonderful to see you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Vice Chairman, members of the committee. I first want to thank Delegate Smith for her leadership in taking on this bill as chair of the city delegation in partnership with the chair of the county delegation, Delegate Ebersole. We have a similar partnership on the Senate legislation, the cross file, and we have overwhelming support from both delegations. I really want to thank our city partners in this work, especially Mayor Scott, who has stepped up on a problem that, quite frankly, or a challenge that he has inherited. But is working diligently with us to try to address. So I want to commend Mayor Scott and his administration for being that regional partner, because we really do serve our constituents best and the entire region when we come together. And I think this is a great example of that regional collaboration and partnership. For the record, Baltimore County Executive Johnny Olszewski. As has been indicated for decades, our residents have been served by a shared water and wastewater utility owned and operated by Baltimore City under an agreement that dates back to 1972. That is, in fact, more than a decade older than I. We know that the world is not operating under 1972 methods, and we're also not using 1972 technology. We have grown and we've evolved, and that's what this effort is about, giving our residents 21st century solutions to 21st century challenges. Back in 2021, we joined our colleagues in the city to release a comprehensive third-party review of the utility that examined system operations, management, and maintenance that identified opportunities for improvement. Among those opportunities was a new evaluation of the city and county roles and responsibilities that it said was long overdue. Again, this is us stepping forward to address that review. This is a once-in-a-generation opportunity, and I, again, am proud to stand here with Mayor Scott to tackle the challenges that, frankly, were, again, inherited, but I think really gives us an opportunity to prioritize fairness, equity, stability among ratepayers, while also affording shared responsibility for our long-term capital planning, our operations and maintenance, and prudent governance. And I'll add, Mr. Chairman, doing so in a way that can and should reflect city ownership of this utility and things like collective bargaining agreements. We can and do all those things in this work while also improving the system and making it stronger for the long term. This legislation will advance collaborative decision-making and provide safe and equitable water and wastewater services for the Baltimore region for years to come. I want to thank all the coalition of leaders committed to this critical issue. We cannot delay. We must get right to work. And so on behalf of the residents of Baltimore County, I request the committee's full support for House Bill 843.
Terrific. Let's now hear from Delegate Eric Ebersole. Eric, also a denizen of the Ways and Means Committee.
Yeah, and one who approaches your age a little more closely than the
Yeah.
other people at this table with me. There's really very little for me to add, except that Baltimore grew up as the center, but not the spread out center of the Baltimore metro area. And so it mostly handled all of its water and sewer. In fact, historically, everybody wanted to be part of Baltimore, and then for very political reasons, a very tight geopolitical line was drawn around the city, leaving it with a responsibility as the metro area grew. I am so pleased to be sitting next to a leader in Baltimore County who has decided that it's time for us to take a regional approach to this, and that's all I need to tell you.
Wonderful. You know, we've had issues associated with this utility in our committee, and especially issues, unfortunately, surrounding, you know, the displacement of people who didn't get their bills for a very, very long time, and then the landlord gives them a piece of paper saying this is 8 months worth of water bills, and unfortunately some good people ended up being evicted from their properties as a result of this. And I very much look forward to the managerial efficiencies that we're all hoping for and working toward. So what I would like to do, Delegate Smith, is call up the other people who are signed up, and then we'll go to questions and answers so that the county executive will not bear the full brunt of our question asking. So let me begin with Faith Leach, who is the Deputy Mayor for Health Equity and Human Services. And after her, and I'm doing this only in the order in which they were signed up.
Mr. Chair, Faith Leach is not here today.
She's not here. Then how about Byron Tozy? And after Byron, excuse me, I'm doing this in the wrong order. Sorry, I had the second page. How about Simone Johnson? Is Simone Johnson here?
No, the mayor came in their stead.
Okay. Jason Mitchell?
Yes.
Okay, why don't you start up, Mr. Mitchell? You're the city DPW representative, I take it.
Good afternoon, Chair and Vice Chair, members of this committee, and I want to thank Mayor Scott and County Executive for their comments. For those who don't know, my name is Jason Mitchell. I'm Director of the Department of Public Works for Baltimore City, and today I'm here to support House Bill 847. As you know, or 843, my apologies. The City of Baltimore water system has a long history of innovative leadership. And as you know, in 2015, Baltimore City celebrated 100 years of its Montebello wastewater treatment. I luckily preside in a building named after Able Woman, which set the trend of what a public water utility should be, not only domestically, but internationally. So Baltimore City and this region set the standard for excellent water system. For 90 years, the Baltimore City has had authority over its water systems within and outside its borders, and that includes Baltimore County, our partners, Hartford County, Howard County, Harold County, and Rudell County. And that partnership is strong and today as it ever was. Today, we provide high-quality water, as mentioned, to 1.8 million customers throughout the region. We operate two of the largest wastewater plants on our East Coast. During my tenure as a director of the Department of Public Works, we made tremendous improvements in our systems. To the chair's point, we made tremendous improvements to our customer service building, improved our water meter repair, and as such, we were able to lower utility rates to the lowest level, increases to the lowest level in the last 25 years. But also, Baltimore City was able to implement the Water for All program, which shows equity for the entire region. And that's what this work is doing. So with that, I just support a favorable vote on this matter, and thank you all for taking the time out.
Okay, thank you, sir. How about Dendrea Walker? Okay, did I mangle up your name there?
It's okay, Chairman. Thank you, and thank you, committee members. I'm Deandra Walker, Director for DPW&T in Baltimore County. My great county executive said everything, and I ditto exactly what he said. I'll answer any technical questions you all may have. Thank you.
Wonderful. Okay, and I believe
Best kind of testimony.
that's stellar advocacy there. I believe I called out Faith Leach, and she's not here, correct? Byron Tozy. Oh, there you are. Oh my God, your
Byron
first
was
name
my
is-
father and is my son. That's my first name, but you know me as Jeff Toast.
I was gonna say, I was wondering if he was related to
know,
Jeff. I mean,
Thank you very much. I'll be very brief. Jeff Tosi, I was going to say Department of Transportation. No, Maryland Environmental Service, here in support of House Bill 843. And here really to answer any questions if anybody has any, but I'm going to be brief as possible.
okay, well, that is the totality of the people who were signed up pure favorable. So, questions? Delegate Healy.
Thank you very much, and I really, truly appreciate this bill. I'm also a refugee from the Ways and Means Committee. And we have been looking in this committee at these issues for a while now, and I'm really glad to see somebody taking the step to make a comprehensive look at everything. My only question is about the language, and I just don't know what the reference is. On the last page of the bill, lines 13 to 16, well, actually lines 15 and 16, where it cites, in accordance with a certain section of the state government article, that the General Assembly will receive the report. And do you know who in the General Assembly is supposed to receive that? Is it the presiding officers or the members of this committee or some other committee?
All of you.
Every member.
Both chambers will receive it because there's a Senate bill as well, cross-filed. The goal is that everyone receive it.
The whole General Assembly.
I mean, why not? I get a lot of things I don't
I'm
need.
fine with that. I just want to know.
I get a lot of reports every day I don't need.
Thank you very much.
I like to say they're just electrons. Delegate Boyce.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, and thank you so much, my chair of the city delegation. So a lot of the favorable with amendments letters talk about, again, privatization. Can we, for the record, so they can all hear this, clarify that this is not privatization of our water system for Baltimore City? Thank you.
Thank you, good delegate, for that question. So as I mentioned in my opening statements, this bill in and of itself does not establish a regional authority, and nor is this bill designed to be a vehicle towards privatization. So I want to say that on the record. This is not some type of backdoor effort to lead to that. And I would not personally, in my capacity as chair of the delegation or a resident of Baltimore City, want to be a part of something designed to yield that result. So I want to be on the record about that.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Appreciate it. Mr. County Executive, always great to see you. Mr. Chairman of my delegation, Delegate Ebersole, great to see you. Thank you, Delegate Smith. Mr. County Executive, I appreciate all the work that's gone into this, and I appreciate what everyone has done to get to this point. I just wanted to kind of toss a question out there. As someone that's an East Side guy, just like yourself, someone that represents a Bay District, could you maybe elaborate for other members of the committee how this could help some of the issues that we've seen kind of with respect to some of the Bay issues with the wastewater treatment plant and things like that?
Sure. Thank you, Delegate. I would say, I think that as we sort of said in our testimony, we're talking about 50 years of an agreement that really hasn't had the look under the hood that it has deserved. And I think working with the mayor and his administration and the chairs of both delegations, we were pretty intentional about trying to put forward a comprehensive piece of legislation that looked at everything from capital financing to operations to the governance model. So we really tried to put all of the things that really sort of speak to the importance of this system to the almost 2 million people in the Baltimore region to really come forward with a best-in-class, that's really the goal, right, is to come forward with a best-in-class recommendation so that this is a water and wastewater system that serves our shared residents well for decades to come.
Thank you, Mr. County Executive.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As another Baltimore County delegate here, I'm very excited. I'm very proud to co-sponsor this bill. I'm excited for, like you said, this is a once-in-a-generation opportunity, so it's awesome. My question is really, I guess, for whoever wants to jump at it. I was looking through, again, some of the testimony, the favorable with amendments testimony. It seems like a lot of people think this is a good idea and a really exciting opportunity, and a lot of people kind of want a seat at the table when it comes to the commission. But I was looking through the text of the bill as well, and it looks like there's a number of spots that the governor can appoint as well. Do you think that would kind of serve those purposes? The governor could possibly, the governor's appointees being the mechanism by which a lot of those people who want to see the table can get that seat.
Thank you, and you're actually a neighbor,
Yeah,
at least
we are.
jurisdictional neighbor, right across the county line. So yes, one of the reasons why we weren't overly prescriptive about, who would be appointed by the governor, or even, to be honest, by the mayor or county executive, is that we don't want this to be so big that it's no longer been, productive or beneficial to the goal, right? But we do have some flexibility to ensure that the voices that are impacted, people representing workers, people representing, customers, there is space for them not only to participate via those appointments, but I also want to remind people that this will be a deliberative body that will be hearing testimony and presentations and feedback. So just because a particular voice is not on this commission or task force does not mean that perspective will not be introduced and given all all the credence and all the attention it deserves. So I just want folks to know that our partners with the Department of the Environment and so forth, they're not even official seats on this task force, but they are available to be on tap, not on top.
Like that. Thank you.
If I might add too, if you begin to prescribe which bodies they come from, of course, the list becomes exhaustive. But also, someone who's appointed from a particular group then feels that that's their main function, is to represent that group. And it's better to have it be broader and have the governor have wider latitude in making sure that there's general representation across the board.
And I'll just put a cherry on top that my intention with my appointments will be to have individuals who understand the system, but also reflect those diverse perspectives.
Did I answer before my county executive? Very sorry about that.
Thank you all.
You're fine.
Any further questions for the county executive and these other and the delegates and these other witnesses? Okay, we'll go to favorable with amendment. So let's start with Doug Selmer, Michael Myers, and Maxine Holmes. Each of you will have 2 minutes, and welcome to the committee. Thank you. Restart the...
Good afternoon, Chairman Barvet and members of the committee. I would like to thank you for the opportunity to appear before you and discuss the bill creating a task force to study Baltimore regional water governance.
Could you give us your name, please?
My name is Douglas Selmer, representing the Back River Neck Peninsula Community Association and the Selmer family. My family has lived alongside of Back River for over 100 years. My granddaughter is fifth generation Selmer on this land. We know firsthand about the Baltimore Back River wastewater treatment plant, specific amendments to the bill, and we do support this bill. We would like, since there are 1.8 million people represented by this committee and its customers, I want to see that every one of those people are equally represented. You're going to expect us all to pay for it, then we should all be equally represented. I think it's absolutely unacceptable that Baltimore City has 5 votes, which makes it veto authority over anything that comes out of the committee. Amendment number 2. The goal of the task force shall be the creation of an independent Baltimore Suburban Sanitary Commission modeled after the very effective and professional Washington Suburban Sanitary Commission that serves Montgomery and Prince George's County. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you. Who'd like to go next?
Good afternoon, Chairman Barve, members of the committee. My name is Mike Myers, and I'm also a member of the Back River community. My home is on the shore of Back River, where I lived there for the last 10 years. I'm here to testify in favor of the bill with amendments. Just want to say 2 possible amendments that I would like to suggest. First, we're eager to get this governance changed in the water and wastewater utility system. So we are requesting actually shortening the deadline for the task force to issue its first report prior to the beginning of the 2024 session. This will give us time in the community to work with other community associations and with our elected officials to come up with sort of a joint plan that we can come up with prior to the start of the session. A lot of our elected officials are busy during the session. It's hard to get a hold of them, and we like to shorten the deadline in that regard. Second, similar to what Mr. Selmer said, there are 5 right now seats appointed by Baltimore City as a regional area and only 3 appointed by Baltimore County. According to the 2021 report and business report that's part of this legislation, they said it's 206,000 residential accounts in Baltimore County and only 194,000 in Baltimore City. So I would suggest that we have representation that reflects the amount of account holders that are affected by this legislation. I also submitted a written testimony that I hope you all review as well that sort of further outlines and details some of the things I discussed today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I presume you're Maxine Holmes.
Yes, I am. Good morning, Chair Barber, and members of the House Environmental Transportation Committee. My name is Maxine Holmes. I'm the Labor Relations Specialist for the City Union of Baltimore. The City Union of Baltimore represents almost 400 employees, city employees working in the water and wastewater department. We call for a favorable with amendments report for House Bill 843. The bill that will create a task force to study the potential to create a regional water utility for Baltimore City and County. Excuse my nervousness, but anyway. We have been working in partnership with Maryland Right to Water Coalition, and together we have drafted a package of amendments. We have submitted those amendments to you. As I said, we do represent almost 400 employees in the water wastewater system. As Mayor Scott testified to, they maintain the 1.8 million customers of the water system throughout the city and the counties. As Director Mitchell said, they have also improved the billing and meter system, and we feel that they should be heard on this committee. They also have specific valuable insight into the strengths and weaknesses of the current system. So to not allow them on the system, we think, to allow them would be beneficial to the whole event. Secondly, the residents of Baltimore City in 2018 overwhelmingly passed a city charter amendment defending its public water utilities against any attempt to privatize the water system. So we're glad to hear that it won't be privatized. And then finally, we just want to note that we hope that the current timeline is extended. We feel that less than a year is not a realistic expectation to accomplish the goal of the task force. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions for these three witnesses? Don't see any. Thank you so much. Let me call up the next three, and they would be Rihanna Eckel, David Wheaton, and then there is a virtual Mary Grant who will hear after that, after David Wheaton. So Rihanna Eckel would be first.
Hello, good afternoon, Chairman Barve, Vice Chair Stein, members of the committee. My name is Rihanna Eckel, and I am a Baltimore Water Outreach Coordinator with Maryland Volunteer Lawyer Service, the convener of the Baltimore Right to Water Coalition, and a resident of the 43rd District. And I have been working on water justice in Baltimore for 7 years. As you all know, water is a human right and a basic necessity, but the task force process outlined in the legislation as is does not treat the task at hand with enough deference. The rush timeline, no requirement for public participation and input, and the lack of guardrails around the recommendations are wholly inadequate. Additionally, if the task force were to recommend regionalization and that form of governance were to move forward, the new authority established under state law would preempt local laws and protections. This change could take away control from the Baltimore City Council to set local protections and would eliminate existing meaningful protections established under local laws. Specifically, it could end the Water for All program, the innovative percentage of income affordability program established by the city after the passage of the Water Accountability and Equity Act, as well as the soon-to-launch Office of the Water Customer Advocate. The model of the Water for All program was actually inspired by legislation advocates have been trying to pass in Detroit for over 13 years, but they cannot make any progress because of the undemocratic control of their regional water authority. Instead, water customers in Detroit have been met with rate hikes and mass shutoffs. More than half of Baltimoreans are already being billed more than the United Nations definition of affordable water service, no more than 3% of household income. The impacts of the recommendations of this task force have the potential to dramatically impact low wealth and BIPOC communities. And while we want to be a partner in ensuring the water system works better for all customers regardless of their jurisdiction, we must not act hastily and must consider the needs and consequences for our most vulnerable communities. We've been working to win meaningful protections and have seen much improvement under Director Mitchell and are very glad for that, but fear that regionalization could threaten this, so we recommend favorable with incorporation of the amendments. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next, David Wheaton, welcome to the committee.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members. My name is David Wheaton. I'm an Economic Justice Policy Fellow with the NAACP Legal Defense Fund. And I'm speaking in favor of HB 843 with significant amendments, including the amendments put forward by the Baltimore Right to Water Coalition. Access to clean and affordable water is a fundamental human right and essential to sustaining life. While we support the efforts to improve Baltimore residents' access to safe and affordable water, we are concerned that the bill as written will have disastrous effects on low-income and Black residents of Baltimore and the wider region. The task force is not structured in a way that will protect Baltimore residents' access to safe and affordable water. The state must ensure that disadvantaged communities have equitable access to critical water services. Furthermore, the proposed legislation could strip the city of Baltimore of a valuable asset. Our first concern related to HB 843 is the lack of racial equity and economic equity impact assessments. Water affordability and quality issues affect Black Baltimore residents disproportionately. Currently, the legislation does not require the task force to analyze the impact of new governance models on racial equity or the fiscal health of the affected entities. Regionalizing Baltimore's water system could remove a $5.4 billion capital asset from the city control and could limit residents' water control over their water. Second, the Baltimore City residents have recently taken several actions that have expressed policy choices about their water system and that should control the task force recommendations, including the Water Affordability and Equity Act and Ballot Question E in 2018. The Water Affordability and Equity Act created a new water affordability program for households, and Ballot Question E amended the city's charter to prohibit private for-profit ownership, operation, or management of the water supply and wastewater system. As currently drafted, the bill does not require the task force to incorporate incorporate these dramatically expressed policy preferences into its analysis. Nor does the consultant's report that the task force is compelled to review mention either affordability programs that the residents and community groups have long fought for, or Baltimore's prohibition on water system. For that, we ask for favorable amendments.
Very, very good. Thank you very much. And next, we'll hear from Mary Grant, who is joining us virtually. Mary, welcome to the committee. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Chair and honorable members of the committee. I'm Mary Grant, the Public Water for All campaign director at Food and Water Watch. On behalf of Food and Water Watch and our 44,000 supporters in Maryland, we recommend that you issue a favorable report on HB 843 only after incorporating the amendments from the Baltimore Right to Water Coalition. These amendments seek to protect the ratepayers and workers of the utility. We are a member of the coalition, and since 2016, together we have worked with our city officials under the leadership of Mayor Scott to help codify and begin to implement some of the strongest low-income ratepayer protections in the nation. We must preserve these ratepayer protections as well as worker protections during this process. Given that the intention of the task force is to guide state legislation, we strongly believe that there must be more public input and more guardrails to protect the public, particularly low-income residents and seniors in Baltimore, from unintended harm. The public deserves a say in the future of our water and sewer system. It is Baltimore City's largest asset by far. It is a $5 billion asset. Water and sewer regionalization has been part of a broader national trend that has led to assets and resources being transferred away from majority Black cities in particular. This raises serious concerns for racial and economic equity. In Detroit, a state-appointed emergency manager leased the city's water system to a new regional authority and launched a mass water shutoff campaign, cutting off 34,000 households in 2014 alone. This legislation should explicitly ensure that any recommendation will not circumvent the city charter and local protections. Otherwise, it could unintentionally open the door to privatization, rate hikes, and shutoffs, and exclude the city's majority Black population from key decision-making. While we support efforts to improve the system's functioning and expand productive collaboration, robust public input is necessary from the beginning and throughout this process. Please adopt the amendments from the coalition. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you very much. Any questions for these 3 witnesses? Seeing none, thank you so much. Let me proceed to the next 3 who will, well, the next 2 actually, John Ripley and then virtually Alice Volpita. John Ripley is coming up. Welcome to the committee, sir. You have 2 minutes.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. My name is John Ripley. I'm the president of the Baltimore County Federation of Public Employees, also on the executive board of AFT Maryland and the Metropolitan Baltimore Council, AFL-CIO. I'm here today to ask for a favorable opinion with amendments, along with a coalition of colleagues here today. Union has a concern, and I'm very pleased to hear of the elephant in the room has been lifted. But with that said, and by the way, we've got a similar commitment from County Executive Olszewski to what Delegate Smith testified to. But with that said, Delegate Smith also asked for a workforce of experts. And a workforce of experts includes employees who know the good, bad, and ugly of the system. And there are no better experts than at least one representative from the City Union of Baltimore and Baltimore County Federation of Public Employees. Again, I ask for a favorable opinion on House Bill 843 with amendments that have been submitted.
Thank you very much. And next, let's turn to Alice Volpita. I hope I got your name correct. Welcome to the committee. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon, committee members. My name is Alice Volpita, and I'm your Baltimore Harbor Waterkeeper with Blue Water Baltimore. We're a nonprofit organization working to protect and restore Baltimore's waterways to foster a healthy environment, a strong economy, and thriving communities. I've been working with Blue Water for 9 years now, and I've been a Baltimore City and County resident all my life. I've logged thousands of hours on foot and on our Waterkeeper boat patrolling Baltimore's waterways. I've live streamed sewage overflows and water main breaks, and I regularly teach residents about what we like to call the urban water cycle. Blue Water Baltimore is currently in active litigation against the city for continued violations of the Clean Water Act at the Patapsco and Back River wastewater treatment plants. And all that is to say, I'm extremely familiar with Baltimore's water systems, including their challenges. And it seems like every time I think I've grasped the holistic image of this system, something changes and I learn something new. So I don't have all the answers. And to be honest, I don't think that the folks assigned to this task force as is have all the answers either. I know that this system isn't working for our rivers and it's not working for residents or taxpayers. But I urge this committee to structure this task force in a way that's built for success and consults as many voices as necessary to arrive at the best decision that will protect the environment, public health, and the interests of our city and county taxpayers who rely on this system for their very way of life. One of the primary recommendations from the study commissioned in 2021 is that the city and county need to convene a stakeholder advisory group to explore the pros and cons of regional options with a broad range of stakeholders. In fact, that city-county study really focuses on the need for the city and county to better understand and evaluate the system before making any decision. And so we're here to support the recommendations from the Baltimore Right to Water Coalition, and you have our full testimony, but we urge the committee to review those amendments that we've submitted, all of which are in line with the recommendations of the very study that inspired this bill and the creation of this task force. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions for these last two witnesses? Seeing none, thank you so much. That ends the public hearing on House Bill 843. We'll proceed now to House Bill 847. Delegate Stein. Oh, God, I suppose if you must. Yes, of course. Andrew, did you ride in here on your electric bicycle?
It's out in the hallway.
Out in the hallway.
Sure. I'm assuming the video cameras must be having some technical issues because I'm sure they're here for this important bill, and they just had to pull out for a minute.
Okay, all right.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and committee members. For the record, Delegate Dana Stein. This bill concerns anaerobic digesters, which hold a lot of promise for reducing solid waste. They divert organic material from landfills and incinerators, and in the process reduce the environmental health impacts. Anaerobic digestion also avoids the leakage of methane that happens in landfills and can provide beneficial uses of the methane. So while this technology holds a lot of promise for our future, we need to make sure we consider all aspects before setting these up statewide in Maryland. So as amended, this bill establishes a work group composed of stakeholders to identify recommendations for the thoughtful expansion of anaerobic digesters. The work group will focus on the design, construction, and operation of these kinds of facilities, as well as the digestate that's produced through the process. The work group is intended to include all stakeholders who are interested in planning for the expansion of digesters as a way to decrease what we put into our landfills and increase the amount of compost and soil amendments that are produced and utilized in the state. So I have an amendment that's already been produced that adds two other groups to the work group, and I'll be drafting an amendment to add a few other environmental groups and to add language that requires the work group to consider EJ concerns in siting. So with that, I'll turn things over to our esteemed former colleague, Delegate Castley.
Andrew, always great to see you.
Good afternoon, most honorable Chairman Barve and esteemed members of the Environment and Transportation Committee. For the record, Andrew Castley testifying on behalf of Bioenergy DevCo in support of House Bill 847. I wanted to first thank some of you who have actually made the trip out to our organics recycling facility in Jessup to take a tour. It's a standing offer. Anybody who wants to come out and see the food recycling facility, hopefully we can get you out there during the interim to take a look. As the delegate said, this piece of legislation is a proactive step in providing some guardrails as we move forward. I want to give you a little bit of legislative history. In 2017, this body was presented with a similar type of issue as we looked to promote large-scale commercial composting in Maryland. Realizing the multitude of potential issues and considerations with the industry, this committee approved a work group to investigate organic waste diversion and commercial composting. The resulting recommendations created a framework for our composting industry that we know today. Several of their recommendations have become law. That work group, like the one that is proposed today through this legislation, brought all the stakeholders together to make the recommendations. The bottom line is this. The Inflation Reduction Act includes tax credits of up to 30% towards these types of facilities that will be built before 2025, and includes $5 billion in loans to the states to promote projects that reduce greenhouse gas emissions, including methane. The Biden administration recognizes that methane is one of the most harmful of all greenhouse gas emissions, and organics diversion is a critical tool in accomplishing our climate goals. These federal funds promise to grow and expand anaerobic digestion, not only across Maryland, but across the United States. Essentially, what this bill's purpose is to provide some environmental guardrails prior to that commencing. Thank you.
Any questions for the sponsors? I'm sorry. I was going to let y'all go first. Delegate Charcuti? Okay. Thank you. Please, just have a seat. Don't touch the microphone.
Madam Chair, I'm not touching buttons. I'm throwing my stuff around, but I'm not touching buttons. Thank you for bringing this bill. We've had some conversations about this, and of course, the organic waste diversion bill was mine, and so we've had a chance to work on that. My question is really about if you would consider a very specific amendment. I think one of the concerns that I have about anaerobic digestion and the creation of sort of renewable natural gas is that right now, without guardrails on how it gets used, it potentially is being used to greenwash the current fossil gas industry and to kind of continue expanding and justifying expansion of the natural gas infrastructure. And so when we look long term, I think what we need to do is direct the renewable natural gas towards the hardest to electrify sectors. And unless we start planning for that now, I don't think we're gonna kind of get it right. And so I'm just wondering if, I don't think I saw that on the list of things that the work group is gonna work on. But Andrew, you and I have talked about this, and it's not an easy thing to do. Sure. And so I think we need to be thinking about it now. And if we're gonna take the time to study anaerobic digestion, it seems like this would be a good place to really have that sort of a conversation.
Isn't that so?
Well, I guess it's a question of would you consider the amendment? Sorry. Would you consider that a friendly amendment? Can we work together on that?
So Delegate, just for clarification, what you're saying is you're like an amendment that would direct the work group to consider the uses of renewable natural gas? I just want to make sure I'm clear on.
Yeah, because I see the conversation in the work group about considering the use of the digestate, so
Yes.
that part of the product, but there's the other product, right, which is the renewable natural gas, and that is right now being used in a way to do the greenwashing. And so can we target that? Can we have the work group consider that and how to target it towards the hardest to electrify sources? I think the question is, would you consider that amendment, hopefully friendly, as part of what this work group would be looking at?
Well, I don't see any issue with that, because essentially what the work group's goal is to look at all aspects and really to look at, okay, we know it's going to produce digestate. What's the best way to do with that? We know that we're going to start building these facilities. What's the best way to design, construct, and operate them? If we're going to look at the materials that are coming out, this committee would simply make recommendations. So I don't see where having them consider, making a recommendation on the best use of the renewable natural gas would be objective to the direction that we're looking for.
Okay. Well, if you're open to it, I'll work with you on amendment language.
Delegate Charcuti, could you define greenwashing, please, for the benefit of
Yeah,
everybody?
sure. So right now, what I see is that the gas companies are saying we have X% of renewable natural gas mixed into the fossil gas, and therefore they're asking people to pay extra for this renewable natural gas, but it's being used to continue within the fossil gas infrastructure. So it's sort of being used to extend the life of our fossil gas infrastructure instead of being targeted towards those uses that will be hardest to electrify, where we really will need the renewable natural gas. And so the greenwashing is what the gas companies are doing, pointing to a little bit of renewable natural gas in their mix and saying what they're doing is clean. And so we have the ability to use this in the right way, but that's the concern that I have. Does that answer the question?
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, are there any other questions for the sponsors? If not, thank you very much. We'll go to the favorable witnesses. Okay, in person, Peter Houstel?
Chair, Peter Houstel sent in the application for the Maryland Recycling Network because I was out of town on Monday and totally unable to use the laptop. I have testified for the MRN previously, a number of sessions.
Thank you very much. We'll go to Grayson Middleton. He didn't sign up. Go ahead, please. Don't touch the button, just speak.
Sorry. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the committee. My name is Grayson Middleton. I'm the Government Affairs Manager for the Delmarva Chicken Association. We're the 1,600-member trade organization representing meat chicken growers, companies, and allied businesses on Maryland's Eastern Shore. We are here today in support of House Bill 847. The chicken community has been a leader among agriculture and sustainability and environmental awareness since our beginnings 100 years ago. We were one of the first groups in the region to adopt the use of solar energy, and were among the first to study and implement ways in which our processing waste and byproducts can be reused with the Purdue agri-recycle plant. The burgeoning technology of anaerobic digestion has the potential to recycle poultry processing waste and produce clean burning natural gas for Delmarva consumers. The byproduct can then be used as a nutritious soil amendment with little to no smell for area grain farmers. Anaerobic digestion prevents waste from going to a landfill, being land applied, or burdening wastewater treatment plants, and it decreases reliance on natural gases from other sources, such as fracking. Despite the Eastern Shore having one of the highest concentration of poultry farms in the United States, anaerobic digestion is still in its infancy on Delmarva. This work group would bring together stakeholders from various backgrounds and regions to study how anaerobic digestion could be better utilized and regulated in Maryland. This is not a stamp of approval or incentive. It is simply bringing together farmers, scientists, legislators, and policymakers under an official capacity to study and report how this renewable energy source can help Maryland reduce waste, natural gas, and produce some of its own clean burning energy. We urge a favorable report on HB 847. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I understand there's a gentleman who came in place of Peter Houstel. If you'd like to come up and be that.
Mr. Chair, that's Chaz Miller from Recycling.
Oh. Okay, in that case, Courtney Spangler. What's your name?
Thomas Spengler.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to address the committee today. My name is Thomas Spengler, Executive Chairman and founder of Clean Bay Renewables, and I'm here speaking in favor of House Bill 847 to create the Anaerobic Digestion Work Group. We're confident that the efforts of this work group will help dispel common misconceptions around anaerobic digestion and empower more informed policy decisions in the future. Clean Bay Renewables is a Somerset County-based envirotech company founded in 2013, focused on the sustainable management of agricultural byproducts using anaerobic digestion and nutrient recovery technologies. Our process recycles more than 150,000 tons of chicken litter from local farms into renewable natural gas that can then be injected into a pipeline for home or transportation use, converted into green hydrogen, which is often forgotten about, or used to power electric vehicles, also often forgotten about. We then use nutrient recovery technology to convert the leftover digestate into a controlled release, highly efficient fertilizer product, not just the soil amendment, which gives farmers a nutrient-rich alternative to synthetic fertilizer and raw manure while addressing nutrient loading issues. ultimately improving the health of soil, air, and water. Clean Bay's closed system facilities are a complete solution to address the agricultural byproducts with no residual waste, no liquid discharge, and no incineration. Each Clean Bay plant will reduce the carbon footprint of more than 550,000 tons of CO2 equivalent when compared with business as usual. The EPA equates that to taking off 100,000 gasoline-powered cars from the road. Legislation has also been introduced this session to exclude energy derived from anaerobic digestion of certain biomass, including poultry litter, from participating in the Maryland RPS. This exclusion could be fueled by a fundamental misunderstanding of how AD works. Therefore, an AD work group that can present lawmakers with a credible, unbiased policy, current regulation, and potential uses for digestate. We urge a favorable report.
Thank you very much. I'm going to recognize Pam Casemeyer, who signed up favorable with amendments, and then we will go to questions for all of the supporters, and then we'll turn to the last two witnesses who were signed up against. Pam, welcome back.
Hello. Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, Pam Casemeyer here on behalf of the Maryland-Delaware Solid Waste Association, which is essentially the private sector waste industry in the state. We have haulers, recycling facilities, the wide range across the board for waste management, and we're here strongly in support of this bill. As you know, and was referenced earlier, you've had a couple other work groups around organic waste or those kinds of things that were very successful in moving us forward, and organic waste management remains a critical component of figuring out how to better manage our waste streams in general, and anaerobic digestion holds great possibility for addressing multiple issues in that regard. So we think this task force this work group makes a lot of sense, moves that technology forward theoretically, but in the appropriate and responsible way, and in a way that we can take full advantage of all that it has to offer. We do have one amendment, which you often hear when you have work groups. We like the construction of the work group, but we would like to have a representative from our industry added to that work group because of the broad side of the private sector waste stream that interfaces with facilities in the public sector and otherwise. We think that having that private sector voice on that work group would be an added benefit to the comprehensive nature of its deliberations, and with that, we urge a favorable report.
Okay, questions? Oh, okay. The gentleman who is here in place of Peter Haustel, if you'd like to testify, we'd love to hear from you for 2 minutes, and then we'll go to questions.
I will make it hopefully just 1 minute. I'm Chaz Miller. I'm here on behalf of the Maryland Recycling Network, testifying in favor of HB 847. We support this bill very simply because food waste is the next frontier. Anaerobic digestion is one of the technologies that successfully manages food waste and produces digestate, which can be a very good fertilizer. I was a member of the task force on composting that was referred to earlier, which very successfully got Maryland moving forward in getting a good program towards managing composting, and eventually led to regulations about it, which I think have worked out very successfully. We urge the passage of this bill, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Questions? Well, there appear to be no questions. Dana and Andrew and gang did a stellar job, apparently. So let me call up the two people who were signed up in opposition. They're both virtual. The first is Maria Payan, and the second is Gabriel Ross. So Maria, welcome to the committee to testify against the bill. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. Dear Delegate Dana Stein and the committee, we had some concerns. My name's Maria Payan, and I am with Sentinels of Eastern Shore Health, whose mission is to facilitate a truly healthy community where every member of the community has a role in the participatory decision-making process, especially things that may impact public health or deteriorate common resources to be preserved for future generations. We had concerns over the makeup of the work group because it seemed to be lacking the community itself, which is part of our mission. We want to make sure that there are the folks who are actually stakeholders that live near where a lot of the digesters are going in are represented, as well as public health experts, scientists, people that also could look not only at incentives, but at some of the siting, the public health, the emissions, digestate PFAs, a lot of things that would pertain to not only incentivizing and moving forward, but being cautionary and have a full representation of the whole scope of issues that clearly we want to look at before we would move ahead. So we would like the work group to be expanded again to include a lot of the folks that seem to have been left off. And if we can add to the work detail, more investigation into environmental health, public health, siting, and soil health, as well as permitting. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Gabriel Ross. Well, she's not here, but my dry cough is.
I'm here. Sorry. Oh, there we go. Okay, sorry, a little delay on the video there. Hopefully you guys can see me. There we go. Okay, all right. Thank you so much. I appreciate your the opportunity to speak today and submit testimony on behalf of Ashley Coastal Trust and our co-signees. I do want to thank Vice Chair Delegate Stein for meeting with us regarding our concerns before the hearing today. But I also echo Delegate Charkoudian's worries about this bill and about the overall makeup of what anaerobic digestion means for the state of Maryland. And I also echo Maria's concerns. Our concerns are that the current makeup of this group needs to be drastically adjusted. It's currently lacking in environmental and engineering scientists, public health experts, Maryland Secretary of Health, Maryland Commission on Environmental Justice and Sustainable Communities, and community stakeholder groups. The current makeup of this group is heavily biased, which we have addressed. We'd also like to see this group's attention be focused more on public health and safety concerns, soil health, permitting and siting of these facilities, as well as the needs that are regarding environmental justice in our state. And we'd also like to focus, less on the incentives from Maryland taxpayer dollars on behalf of this work group. Anaerobic digesters receive both federal and state funds through the Animal Waste Technology Fund. And, of course, while everybody, deserves incentives, we want to make sure that the incentives that are being paid by the taxpayer are equitable and clean for all. So we'll await to see the amendments from this, and thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions from the committee for the opponents? Seeing none, thank you very much. The rest of the testimony is either written or just not been submitted. So we will move on to the next bill. That will conclude the hearing on House Bill 847. Please move to House Bill 289. Delegate Stein.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can I ask Mr. Gary Allen to join me? Thank you very much, Madam Chair. For the record, Delegate Dana Stein. This is House Bill 289, which deals with the establishment of a forestry education fund. This is very similar to a bill that this committee and the full House of Delegates passed last year. Unfortunately, it did not make it out of the Senate. The only difference from last year's bill is the duration of the fund that's set up with an amendment. The fund lasts for 2 years only, and that's to comport it with the Senate cross-file, which has already passed 45-0. So in this committee, we talk a lot about the importance of forests. We just heard a briefing about forests and tree canopy and, of course, maintaining healthy forests. but outreach to landowners and the public about the importance of healthy forests has been cut way back over the past couple decades. 20 years ago, DNR's Forest Service had an education program that conducted seminars, school programs, and other outreach that taught that forests are much more than just about trees. That program, unfortunately, was eliminated when the agency was downsized, and the Forest Service still does not have enough staff to conduct outreach and education about our forests. So this bill would establish a Maryland Forestry Education Fund housed within the Maryland Forestry Foundation to bring back at least some of that outreach. The fund would provide training and funding, training and education to forest landowners, district forestry boards, and local governments to make sure that they're briefed on everything from healthy forest management to urban forestry. So we've long recognized the importance of educating residents about agriculture and the important role that agriculture plays in the state. And we've done that by funding the Maryland Agricultural Foundation. So just as the purpose of that foundation is to educate citizens about the importance of agriculture in the state, the Maryland Forestry Foundation, through this fund, would do the same with respect to the importance of our forests. So I urge you to support this bill. And again, as amended, it comports with the cross-file, which has already passed the Senate. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All righty, who'd like to go next? Go ahead, sir. Give us
Thank
your
you very
name.
much, Mr. Chairman. My name is Gary Allen. I'm the president of the Maryland Forestry Foundation, about which this bill is designed to strengthen. Let me compliment Delegate Stein for advancing this bill and frankly for his strong advocacy of forestry issues throughout the years that I've known him and here today, as a matter of fact. I want to thank him for his leadership. It's important to recognize one of the things I've attached to my written testimony, which is a letter from the former state forester in support of this legislation. He notes both the need for this legislation and the lack of capacity in Maryland's Forest Service to address it. The foundation was created by Maryland's Forest District Conservancy boards over 30 years ago to strengthen a asset that the state has, which is unique, created in 1943. These boards, staffed by volunteers throughout the state, are designed to help provide outreach to Maryland's private forest landowners. But what we have found is that, as you know from the study just talked about, that the number of private forest landowners has grown substantially over the last 35 years. And as a matter of fact, not only have the number grown, but frankly, so they own about 70% of the state's forest resource. And so it's very important to strengthen their capacity to carry out good stewardship for their land. This bill enables us to provide and start on the capacity to help address that need, both in the rural section and in the urban section, looking for Maryland's tree canopy owners as well as Maryland's forest landowners. We want to thank again Delegate Stein for introducing the bill. It conforms with a bill recently passed by the Maryland Senate unanimously, I might add, and I turn it over to my colleagues. Thank you very much. We have a favorable report. Thank you.
Jolie McCatherine,
Yes.
welcome.
Thank you. My name is Jolie McCatherine. I'm president of the Maryland Association of Forestry Boards that Gary was mentioning. I'm testifying on behalf of the 24 Maryland County Forestry Boards, which includes the City of Baltimore, for support of this bill. The Forestry Board, as Gary said, were established in 1943 by law in Maryland to assist the State Forest Park and Wildlife Services, of course now the Department of Natural Resources, to reach out to landowners on forest management practices on privately owned woodlands statewide. It is the job of these boards to offer these services to education and assist in working with Maryland forest landowners. We seek the funds to better educate the over 250 to 300 board volunteers, forestry board volunteers, to serve the citizens of Maryland to achieve these goals. This service now expands just beyond the production of wood products and covers such concerns as restoration of Chesapeake Bay, addressing urban and suburban environments, as well as rural areas, and to educate the general public. This bill will enhance the ability and effectiveness of forestry board members in conjunction with the Department of Natural Resources in achieving our mission, which is to promote the stewardship, conservation, and sustainable use of Maryland's forest resources. I strongly seek your support. Thanks to Delegate Stein and for those who have co-signed the bill. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, the next two witnesses, Angelica Bailey Tupari with the MML and Mike Hunninghake, I think.
Go ahead.
My name's Mike Hunninghake, Chair Barve.
Okay.
Committee members, thanks very much for having
Yeah.
me today.
You're next.
I run the Sustainable Maryland program at the University of Maryland in College Park, and we strongly support the creation of the Maryland Forestry Education Fund, which is a measure that is long overdue. The need to expand the Forestry Board capacity has significantly grown over the years. As the number of people who own forest lands has multiplied, the threats to forest health has increased, and the need for implementation of best management practices has reached a critical juncture. Forestry Education Fund would provide for better stewardship education and the ongoing capacity to deliver it at a modest cost. The Sustainable Maryland program at UMD has worked directly with dozens and dozens of incorporated municipalities all across the state, including more than half of the state's urbanized towns and cities. And our experience indicates that providing this type of technical assistance to these communities will help yield broader and deeper forestry outcomes and awareness and increase the number of in-the-ground projects. The green teams that our organization helps organize, which include council members, public works folks, foresters, and local residents, need to know what resources are available to them in terms of technical assistance and funding. And the Forestry Education Foundation would function as this essential conduit. Empowered by these resources and assistance, green teams will have the ability to marshal hundreds of local volunteers for installation and maintenance of much-needed projects, which will in turn have a whole variety of climate-friendly multiplier effects. Sustainable Maryland has worked with the Maryland Forestry Foundation for many years now, and we look forward to the prospect of partnering with them on the implementation of the Forestry Education Fund. We urge a favorable report on House Bill 289. Thank you.
Thank you, Angelica.
Good afternoon, everyone. Angelica Bailey Thupari with the Maryland Municipal League. I promise I'll be quick. Essentially, environmental stewardship is a very important role for local governments, but forest health can be expensive for all of our members, regardless of their financial resources. This bill is really fantastic, provides valuable support for grants, training, education. It's thoughtful, it's effective, and we very much appreciate it, so we hope for a favorable report. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for the sponsor or the witnesses on this bill that appears? Delegate Healy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just quickly, since this is an educational fund, have you been working with the school systems or any in developing this program, or how would they access it, I guess is my main question. Will there be opportunities for students?
Well, I can answer that because the foundation works collaboratively with the Maryland Green Schools Program, which includes currently about 655 schools across the state. And the legislature has funded the expansion of that program, so we anticipate an even larger base of working with schools in the years ahead. Right now, we have a strong working relationship with them and just participated in their annual conference on Maryland's Eastern Shore just earlier in February. So we will be working consistently with them and also in implementation of the 5 Million Trees program in terms of tree planting on those things. So yes, there'll be a good, strong outreach and partnership with Maryland's public schools.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. That
to see
ends
you,
the public
Kumar.
hearing. I've known her for such a long time, and she was the mayor of Washington Grove.
Well, after 4 terms was enough, believe me.
Yeah. Okay. Next, we're going to go to House Bill 831, also Delegate Stein.
And Mr. Chairman, can I ask my panel to join?
Please do.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the record, Delegate Dana Stein on House Bill 831. Now, I know this committee loves septics, so I figured I'd bring one more bill. That's
Somewhere
just no more.
Tony O'Donnell is smiling.
He is, I'm sure. He's got a big grin right now. So, but this is the last bill that I'm bringing on septics, this year at least. So the goal of this bill would be to establish a statewide database of all septic systems. And so the database would enable faster and more accurate information on the type, location, age, and major repairs of septic systems. Now, currently, the collection and access to information on septics varies widely from county to county. Some counties have created their own electronic databases, but in some other counties, the information is filled in boxes, with the written information dating back decades to when the septic system was installed. And, of course, that makes it very time-consuming to locate and share information in a timely way. So in those situations, in those counties where the data is not readily available, it can create many challenges. For example, when someone wants to buy a home that's on septic, they might not be able to get accurate information on what the septic system is, its age, its capabilities, whether there have been any problems, et cetera. When a property transfer inspection is needed, basically when a house is sold, house with the septic system sold and the system needs to be inspected, it can be more difficult for the inspector to complete their work because, again, with lack of information on the system that's underground. When there's a system failure, the repair technician may know little about the system they need to fix. And also when a system fails, it might not be clear whether the system poses any environmental risks to drinking wells and nearby waterways. So by setting up a septic database, the bill would help local health departments save time by having this information online and would make it easier for home buyers, inspectors, and property owners to have information readily available when needed. I do want to note that MDE is already moving forward with plans to create such a database, and we've had productive conversations with the department on this issue and the legislation, and we'll continue them. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I urge a favorable report.
Yeah, before I go to your witnesses, did we have a bill like this on last year and about a database for septics? For some reason, it's ringing a bell for me.
Wells? There was Wells, and then also Senator Hester had a bill that briefly touched on a database that Delegate Stein cross-filed last year.
Okay.
Right.
Okay, who would like to go next?
Yeah.
I will. Hi, Drew Schmidt-Perkins, representing Back River Precast, and Matt Geckel here today. I want to picture you one late Friday night. You have a big birthday party happening the next day. You go down to your basement, and there's this bubbling, oozy, stinky smell, and your septic system has just exploded into your basement, and you're hosting a party the next day. So you call Eddie or Matt, come on out here, but they cannot get the information they need to do the effective repair on your system until Monday. Oh no, not Monday, because it's a federal holiday. And the county office will not be open to answer the questions about where is the septic system, what kind is it, what size pump needs to be replaced, when was it designed, any of the information that is urgently needed in order for a repair to happen quickly and well. And we are very, very far behind times on having this information accessible easily for the new homeowner to find out what they have, for the property transfer inspector to be able to do a good job, for the person who's repairing, or even for the health departments to know better what is in the ground in their communities. Now, we recognize that getting from the file cabinets and dusty boxes full of records into an online database is a lot of work, a lot of time, and we recognize that we want to work with the local governments on how to do that effectively and really have a resource here that will, in the end, mean that their staff person doesn't have to spend hours and days searching these boxes for this information and can be used for other important tasks that these agencies really need at this point. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Who'd like to go next?
Okay.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Eddie Harrison, and I'm the legislative liaison for the Maryland On-Site Wastewater Professional Association, or MALPA. We are in support of HB 31 with amendments. The amendments are to include to add design plans and design specifications to the list of records to be included in this database, to provide capital funding to MDE and the local health departments for them to be able to accomplish this large task and get the database up and running with a quality product when finished. The initial setup of the database will be expensive, but maintaining the final product won't be. MDE can add surcharge to the permit fee to offset any maintenance of the database. The statewide database is an invaluable tool that is way overdue. The tool will be used by so many citizens of the state of Maryland, from homeowners, home buyers, and realtors, to home improvement contractors, pool installers, and landscape contractors, to on-site wastewater property transfer inspectors, installers, pumpers, operation and maintenance providers, to the local health department and MDE themselves. This will have all on-site wastewater information in one place at the click of a mouse, and it will bring the on-site wastewater industry into the 21st century at MDE. This is something that should have been done many years ago. All the people that would be involved in creating this database have resisted the idea because it is hard, time-consuming, and expensive. But every time it gets kicked down the road, it gets harder, it gets more time-consuming, and it gets more expensive. If you want to do a title search for anyone's property, all you have to do is go online and do a deed search. If you want to know who owns a particular piece of property and so many other tidbits of information, all you have to do is go to SDAT property search. So why do we not already have the database to identify, track, and maintain most expensive appliance in the home? MAPA urges for a favorable report on House Bill 31 with amendments. Thank you.
Okay, Emily, you're next.
All right. Good afternoon, Chairman Barve, members of the committee. I am Emily Ranson with Clean Water Action, here in support of establishing a septic system database. Accessing information is critical when there's a problem. When there is anything dealing with raw sewage, you want to be able to get the information you need to fix it as fast as humanly possible. This summer, we did a bit of an experiment figuring out how the different counties are currently tracking this information. And while 5 of them do have online databases that we were able to find, 6 of them you have to either email or submit a form online. 5 of them you have to do a phone call. And for 3 of them, my intern learned how to use a fax machine for the first time in her life. But for all of these counties that do not have online databases, what it does require is manual intervention from a staff member. And that is going to be time consuming, and the time response varies significantly. While some counties are able to get you information within a couple of hours or immediately or maybe the next day, for others it can take 10 business days or more, which is significant when there is a problem. So we understand that this is overwhelming, that this does involve a significant change, and that when you have somebody currently spending so much of their time pulling files, that getting to the next step is daunting. And so we're looking forward to continuing to work with other stakeholders to figure out what is the best path forward. But ultimately, we believe we need a database and urge a favorable report. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Dominic Butchko, I thought I saw you sneak in.
All right.
Can you beat your previous record for spending very little time?
I actually have a lot to say on this one. So, Mr. Chair, members of the committee, Dominic Butchko with the Maryland Association of Counties, supportive with amendments, all good things to say. Big hugs. So first, I want to thank the sponsor for putting in such an important bill. I think everyone on this committee knows that environmental health is a sector in Maryland that we really need to invest in, and I think this is really one of the areas we do, so thank you. That being said, it is important that we get this right. And so MACO just has a few clarifying amendments and some concerns that we want to address. First, we want to stress the need for flexibility. We mentioned that, that every county has a different system for doing this, and there's a good reason for that. Many people on here deal with environmental health already, so some of these employees are state employees with county equipment, some are fully county employees with county systems, and it really is a patchwork. And so we just want to make sure that whatever system MDE does, we have the flexibility and we can put in the data that the counties are actually using. One-size-fits-all forms will not work with the system that we have developed already. So we just want to make sure that when counties communicate the data, we can communicate it in the forms that we currently have. Also, if there is going to be a work group that does form to coalesce figure out how we're going to do this, counties request that we have 3 members on that body, 1 to represent our urban jurisdictions, 1 to represent our suburban jurisdictions, and 1 to represent our rural jurisdictions. Normally, MACO asks for 1 or 2 seats, but the different issues that we're seeing, we think really calls for 3 representations, because urban, rural, and suburban, when it comes to septics, you really do see the gambit of different issues. I also want to point out that this effort might be a little duplicative. MDE is already, to my knowledge, is already doing something similar. But that being said, we don't care about how it gets done. We just want to make sure it gets done right. And so thank you for recognizing these issues, and we look forward to working with you and urge a favorable report with amendments.
Okay, well, I didn't see that you were offering an amendment, so I wouldn't have wanted to have you use anything less than the 2 minutes. So there we go. Delegate Healy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Two quick things. Delegate Stein, I want to thank you very much. I wanted, if you're aware of the letter in opposition from some of the county health directors, and if you have a response to that, I want to give you the opportunity to say something.
Short answer is I have not seen those letters. I did have a meeting last summer with the county health director, with some representatives of the environmental health workforce of a number of different counties.
Environmental health, yeah.
To discuss this bill, and I wasn't aware that they had come in opposition. I don't know if any of the other witnesses want to comment on discussions with environmental health officers.
Yes, so I can address some of that. I've had a brief conversation with some of them, and from that, they are severely overstretched right now. And so their big concern with this is that I don't think they're opposed to the idea of the database. What they are very worried about is how we get to it, especially when we're looking at previous old records, the labor that's going to go into digitizing.
Okay.
And we're very sensitive to those concerns. And so definitely are looking for what the right path forward is, because they're barely hanging on as it stands.
Yeah. Delegate, if I can follow up on that too, if I can just give you a little story I heard over the summer, and this is not uncommon. Environmental health, they can't keep staff because what we're paying them right now, especially the ones that get paid by the state, are nowhere near what it's like you can get paid in the private sector. I think it was Baltimore City told me a story. They had someone fresh out of college. It was the best employee they have seen in years. He stayed there for 3 months, got trained, learned how to do everything, and then was gone to the private sector. And that is not something new. I'm hearing that from all of our jurisdictions.
Okay, thank you very much. And just one other question, because I wanted to, Dominic, I know you're asking, MACO's asking for 3, but I mean, are there really that many septic systems in the urban areas?
So I think it runs the gambit.
I mean, do you know? I mean, I mean, even in Prince George's County, the urban areas are all connected to WSSC, except for on the fringes as you start to get into the southern part of the county. So I'm just curious as to, it's more of, and even that would be suburban rather than urban.
Yeah, so I can follow up with you on that data. I do know that is an unusual ask for us, but we thought that it was important enough to ask for it, because normally we do just do an urban and a rural. We'll follow up with you.
Maybe it should be suburban and rural, because I'm just not aware of, maybe you are, and that's why I'm asking. Thank you.
Actually, there are, believe it or not, on-site wastewater systems within Baltimore City. There's not many, but they're in there, because I've worked on them.
So there you go.
Okay, well, there are not many, so maybe you don't need a whole third of the operation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Very quickly, with respect to these septics, do you have a handle on how many septic systems there are in the state?
There's over 400, last number official was, about 3 years ago, 420,000.
420,000. Thank you.
Could you repeat that number? What was it?
420,000.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions for any of for the sponsor of, or any of the witnesses? Seeing none, thank you very much. That ends the public hearing on House Bill 831. Next, we will go to House Bill 466, Delegate Otto.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We have a simple bill, Sunday hunting. I think Delegate Holmes referred to it yesterday.
Yeah, absolutely no controversy at all.
Chairman Barve, Delegate Stein, Vice Chair, members of the committee, I am Charles Otto, the delegate from District 38A, Somerset, Worcester, and Wycomico counties, and I'm introducing House Bill 466. It's a Sunday hunting bill. It's adding Worcester County to a list of several other counties that allow Sunday hunting in certain conditions. And the main thing, it's for game birds and mammals. It doesn't affect waterfowl. And I ask your favorable report for it. It's not a unique bill. It comes in, I think we passed one for Calvert County and Charles County. And I would refer to you to the fiscal note because it does have a list, a very good list of the different functions of Sunday hunting that are available in the state. And it is, determined by the Department of Natural Resources, and I hope you consider it favorable.
Okay, any questions? Oh, hold on, wait a minute. There are other people signed up. So, Lindsay Thompson, did I see you back there someplace? Oh, there she is, hiding in the back.
And Mr. Chairman, I believe we have a virtual witness too.
You've got two virtual witnesses.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. My name is Lindsay Thompson, here today on behalf of Maryland Grain Producers Association in support of House Bill 466. As you heard the chairman say, this adds Worcester. We practiced pronouncing that before I came up here. Worcester County to the list of counties that allow Sunday hunting for mammals and game birds. And so we are primarily interested in this for the purposes of white-tailed and sika deer, which contribute approximately, overall wildlife contributes approximately $10 million in crop damage across the state of Maryland, 70% of which is attributed to deer. The Lower Eastern Shore is a very unique place where there are still large tracts of forested land, actually many of those now owned by the state of Maryland through the Maryland Department of Natural Resources. Can be significantly difficult to keep the deer herds there under control, and therefore the farmers around those properties do suffer a significant amount of crop damage. And so by increasing these Sunday hunting opportunities at the discretion of the Department of Natural Resources, we hope that that would continue to help curb the crop damage that I think that you will hear from some of the witnesses. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have two virtual witnesses. First, Karen Abbott from, how do you pronounce? I thought it was just Worcester. It's Worcester?
Worcester.
Worcester.
Worcester. Good afternoon, Chairman Barbe, Vice Chairman Stein, and members of the committee. My name is Karen Abbott, and I am a Worcester County Commissioner. I am also a mom, and we are a family of hunters. This is our way of life here on the shore, and we like to, in our rural community, our families use this time to fill their freezers for the winter, as well as help other neighbors, especially during these economic downturns. This bill has full support of the Worcester County Commissioners, and you should have a letter of support from us. This bill would also allow people that work 6 days a week or shift work, which a lot of our population does. We work, a lot of people are first responders, firefighters, police, farmers, send children in school and activities on Saturdays, such as Little League and such. So this is a great time for family bonding, teaching respect to the outdoors, teaching hunting to your young children, and raising them up to respect the wilderness and others. Many counties, like Delegate Otto has already said, already have this ability to hunt on Sundays. And we are just asking that we would be able to have the Worcester Way of Life on Sundays as well. And I urge you to vote favorably for this bill.
Thank you very much. We next have Mary Beth Clunes. Did I pronounce your name correctly?
I don't know that she was able to make it today,
Okay.
but she did submit written testimony. She's with the Bow Hunters Association.
Okay,
and,
well, I was hoping to have her correct my pronunciation, but.
Clinage would be how I would say it. But
How would you say it?
Clinage.
Clinage.
It's Ukrainian.
Okay, well. All righty then, I learn something every day. So the first question will go to Delegate Love.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon. So we talk a lot about Sunday hunting and not Sunday hunting, but just so everyone's clear, isn't it true that under the law, people can hunt Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday? I'm not talking about their schedules and all of that, but under the law, they can hunt all of those other days, right?
Well, it depends on the season. The DNR establishes the season. I mean, it's sort of like the oyster season. You have to take 2 days off a week if you're on a skipjack, or 3 days, actually. I mean, they establish it as they do, but normally that's correct. During the regular season, the firearm season is the best term to use. That starts this Saturday after Thanksgiving and goes through for 2 weeks.
Okay, so I want everybody to be clear, we're not talking about 1 day, we're actually talking about 7 days.
Well, this is a remnant of the blue laws of a different era.
Yes and no. I mean, I don't want to get into a debate with you, but actually, there were efforts long ago to make a statewide Sunday hunting law, and the state decided not to do that because there were others that wanted to enjoy the great outdoors, which gets to my second question, which is, we hear a lot of testimony from people who have either directly been shot or been shot at, or know people who have, or have heard of instances where people have had, shall we say, run-ins with projectiles, or had property damage or heard of property damage. So in light of their very real experiences and their desire to have access to the great outdoors where they are not afraid of that, where do you see the compromise? Do you say that no, they should not have any of this? Or would you be willing to put in that up until 10:30 that other counties have?
I'd rather not, but, you know, the comparison, there's many counties that have opted out to not ask for Sunday hunting. And that's why we're come back doing it county by county. And Worcester County, I've had constituents ask me to have this legislation passed, and I would like to accommodate them. And specifically, the first request I had was for turkey hunting, and that's the next bill. But,
yes, I know.
But I think if this bill passes, it's covered by the game bird issue. But the gentleman that asked me was president of the National Federation of Turkeys, a wildlife I don't know what the Wild Turkey Federation. I was getting my numbers mixed up, but he had done a lot of work to establish the population of wild turkeys in the county, and I think they deserve that opportunity to utilize it with his children and with his family.
Sure, I absolutely respect, you have constituents that are asking for this, but we're also hearing from other folks. We give another Sunday and another Sunday, a Sunday on this hunting season, a Sunday on that hunting season, and all the while we're restricting time for other people to enjoy the great outdoors. So I was just wondering if you would be willing to compromise at all, but I hear you saying no. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Delegate Otto, for bringing the bill. I understand it's important to your constituency, which makes you a great delegate for them. I'm actually not even going to comment on the Sunday hunting piece because I'm much more concerned about another aspect of this legislation, which is actually limiting the safety zone from 100 to 50 yards for archery for bow and arrow hunting. I wonder if you can answer for me, because I have the information right here on hunter/ed.com, how far a modern bow can shoot and how fast.
Well, that was based on making it simple to add the county to the list of the other counties that have been given this privilege. And that's what we were asking for.
Okay, I do understand.
I think we're a rural county. We don't have that kind of closeness to facilities and all where people would be hunting.
Well, then I guess I don't understand why you would want to limit the safety zone if that's the case.
Well, it was that was language that was already in the law.
All right, thank you for your answer.
I was just adding Worcester County to the list of these other counties that had those opportunities.
I understand, and I thank you very much for the answer. I do believe that counties in this bill
frankly,
do have different.
if you made it 100 feet or kept it at 150 feet, that's not a problem to me. But we were trying to keep it simple and be consistent with what had transpired in the past.
Okay, sure. Thank you for that. I don't mean to argue with you. I do see different counties have different safety zones within this particular bill. That's why I asked the question. Thank you.
Doug Boyce.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Delegate Guyton took my question, which I appreciate because I can expound on what she was speaking of. And so the question I have is, so what are the either safety or hunting target implications for lowering from 100 feet to 50 feet? Because on one hand, I could see 50 feet may be better because then you can shoot a definite target somewhat with expertise versus maybe having something that's further and potentially hitting something that you don't mean to hit. So on one hand, but the other hand, I don't understand the limiting of, I guess, this safety zone of 150 feet down to 50 for the bow.
It's not how far you are away from the target, it's how far you are away from an occupied dwelling.
Got it. So it's
this bill
50 feet from an occupied...
Yards.
Yards.
So currently it's 150 yards from an occupied dwelling. And this bill would add Worcester County to the list of counties that have the 50-yard
Still
safety
reducing.
zone. Right. And so to answer Delegate Guyton's question, the distance and speed of an arrow depends on the draw poundage of the bow, right? So some bows may only shoot 25 yards accurately. Other bows can shoot up to 60. And so when you're hunting, you're in a tree, right? And you are shooting down at an animal.
Sure.
And so in this county and other counties, the purpose of reducing the safety zone is so that as development occurs, or even from your own home,
right?
that you can be within that proximity because you are shooting down at the ground. It's not like,
So bow hunting is always in a tree?
I wouldn't say always. You
Okay.
can shoot from a ground blind
Okay.
as well.
Okay, I'll come back to that. So the bill also talks about, I think I got locked out of my client system, I did, talked about that in-law Sunday hunting is always 30 minutes before sunrise to 10:30 unless it is it mentioned the deer firearm season, and they mentioned some other seasons when I just got pulled out of my client system. So I guess the question for me is, and it's not in this case, but in other cases, why would someone ask for no time limits on Sunday if those are essentially the limits set in place? And then there are opportunities where it seems like there's automatically no time restriction due to the firearm season. I'm trying to get all the lingo, y'all. I'm sorry. I can't keep up.
Well, I can't speak for turkeys because I haven't hunted turkeys, but I do know. But deer, typically you would have them early in the morning, and that would be when they're moving and when they're feeding, when you'd have the opportunity to harvest them, and also in the evenings. I mean, typically our biggest problem is night feeding in the
Sure.
crops, so.
Which, okay, so again, this says, however, time restriction does not apply on each Sunday of deer firearm season. And you mentioned earlier, that's 2 weeks out of the year,
Yeah.
out of the season. So someone can hunt deer at any time on Sunday during those 2 weeks in
Well,
the
it'd be
season.
2 Sundays.
2 Sundays in the
yeah,
season,
yeah.
but it's 2 Sundays.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
going back to Delegate Love's point, it's
Yeah.
essentially 2 weeks because you could be
Yeah.
hunting the other
Yeah.
6 days of the week. Okay. So then, and then on the last 3 Sundays in October and the first 2 Sundays in November during the deer bow hunting season.
Yeah,
God,
that's
this is
for the
hard.
bow. And that's where that distance would come into effect.
So if I'm hearing correctly, if you changed the bill to be consistent with other bills that had passed in this way, but if the subcommittee decided to keep it at 150 feet, you wouldn't.
I wouldn't
yards,
have it.
sorry, you wouldn't have an
Well,
issue.
Patrick could have a hard job drafting another one, I guess. We'd have a new
Well,
category.
that's his job. He'll be
in-
okay.
in
Don't
the
worry about
law,
him.
but-
He'll just throw a Twinkie in the room and tell him to get to work.
So,
And this, yeah, I'm sorry, then I think I'm done. after this.
yeah, no. The way, because we keep having these county by county Sunday hunting bills, which honestly makes sense to a certain extent because the makeup and the topography and geography of each county is different,
That's true.
right? So what makes sense for Baltimore County doesn't always make sense for Worcester County, right? We tried to simplify that by creating these categories in the section of the law that is here. Some counties allow no Sunday hunting. So
Right.
I think Baltimore County, Prince George's County, still don't allow any, right? Other counties have opted into Sunday hunting with the time restriction. Others have opted into Sunday hunting without the time restriction. And then there's the safety limits that are set in those categories as well, right? So I think he was just picking a category
Sure.
to go into, so.
And just so I'm finally, I'm done after this, is that for this particular hunting, this would be Sunday hunting. No, I'm sorry, this is just regular hunting. And this would be just deer and the mammals and the game birds.
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
On the deer or the mammals.
Yes.
But if I may add,
So what does that leave?
waterfowl, and I don't advocate that. I mean,
Okay.
talking about having shotguns start shooting at 6 o'clock in Sunday morning, that's not a good thing, but.
Okay, more questions.
Saturday.
Delegate Terraza.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just to follow up on a couple of things that you talked about. In response to Delegate Guyton's question about how far the bows will go, you said 25 to 60 or something, or some are 25, some are 60. That's how far they can go accurately. But I guess the question is how far they can go. I mean, I think her concern is not the ones that are accurately hitting their target. It's the ones that are not accurately shot.
Sure. So again, it depends on when you have a compound bow, right, the draw pressure is different for a different bow. So I shoot a 25-pound draw pressure. So my accurate and total distance is going to be much less than somebody that shoots a 50-pound. So I can't give you a definitive answer of how far a bow.
Can bows go further than 50 yards?
Yes.
Okay. All right. And so the second question is, I just want to confirm about the tree stand. There's no requirement here for you to be up in a tree stand. Is that correct? Even though some areas of law, I think, do refer to that.
No, I don't believe it is in that category, but
Okay.
as I said, I modeled it after just adding Worcester County. Actually, we were just moving Worcester from one category to another.
Gotcha. Okay. And then the last question is about crop damage, because I know you spoke quite a bit about crop damage. Do we have any, and I'm trying to remember what exactly happened with that, but do we have any statewide laws that allow for farmers to hunt for based on crop damage?
So we have deer management permits, which allow you to harvest deer within the seasons, right? And then we have deer cooperator permits, which would give you broader authority. But I think that and so that would allow them to shoot them with rifles on Sundays, as an example, right? But I think we have very few deer cooperator permits in the state. DNR would be able to answer that more specifically, because there is a very rigorous process that you have to go through to get that cooperator permit.
So I know, for example, in some counties, farmers can shoot to protect their crops. Is that not true across the state?
There is a crop damage permit program, and it's a limited number of animals that you can harvest, and you have to apply for it and fill out a form, and I think that's done in February, and then you have a number, and you assign shooters who it can be.
But so there's an opportunity, and can that be done on Sundays?
So it depends on the permit that you have.
Yeah.
For the crop damage?
So just the regular crop damage permit.
It's really much better to do it during the season, because the seasons were set up for a reason, because of the weather conditions, the temperature, and the movement of the deer, and the physiological aspects.
No, I appreciate that. I was just making sure there was an opportunity for farmers who were trying to protect their crops to hunt. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Delegate Otto. I was just looking through the, the text of the bill, and, as we've already seen, it gets confusing, right, about what seasons are which, what things overlap. Could you tell us, even just roughly, how many, under this bill, how many Sundays are being added total to a
Well, I
calendar
think
year?
Worcester had a few Sundays already, so I didn't count.
Okay.
I might have to refer to the department to determine that.
Okay.
And really, they're the ultimate.
Right. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Safety obviously is a key issue here. So to that point, over the last 10 years, how many individuals have been shot? You have any idea?
With a bow?
With a bow?
I'm
One,
not
200?
aware of any myself, but.
There's no data on that, no particular data?
But we had
Okay.
the Bow Hunters Association sent a letter of support, and we're going to speak. Ms. Clenage was going to be the spokesperson and wasn't able to speak, so.
Thanks.
Written testimony.
And I think common hunting practices, you're not shooting toward a dwelling. or a building or something like that. Yeah, I mean, I certainly wouldn't, but the distance is to where you're located, more or less.
Delegate Baker.
Yes, Delegate Celebrity pretty much asked my question, and I just wanted to know if there were any statistics available on archery bow hunting accidents, in particular shooting across property lines. I've been hunting my whole life. I have never, ever heard of an archery accident in that manner. So that was my question. You're on top of your A game. Can I hit the button?
Thank you, Delegate Otto. I just wanted to ask about a lot of these bills that we get are only on private property. This one is also on public land in Worcester County. What land is that you're talking about?
Well, there's designated hunting properties that the state leases to hunting clubs and this, that, and the other that they bought with the Chesapeake property. You may remember back in
We're not talking about down on the beach, right?
No, and we're not talking about the state park. We're talking about certain tracts of land that have been taken in to allow for that.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, that appears to be the end of the questions for the supporters. We do have signed in opposition Christy Claggett with the Maryland Horse Council. Christy, welcome back to the committee. When you start, you have 2 minutes.
Well, hello, committee. Again, representing the Maryland Horse Council. We oppose the Bill 466, allowing Sunday hunting for every Sunday for game mammals and birds in public and private land. It basically says all species, all seasons, all Sundays, all over the place. So, and to answer some of your questions, there are DMPs that you can take out as a farmer. I have one for my farm. It's very easy. You get assigned 30 deer. If you kill those 30 deer, you get another 30 deer, depending on how much damage you have. It's not difficult at all. And you do get to hunt on Sundays also during that time, but you've told all your neighbors what you're gonna do if you're trying to wipe out some of your deer. Also, deer, this would allow hunting also the turkey, the deer, the mammals. Deer you shoot down. Everything else you're shooting across a field. So you're gonna hit a lot more than when you're hitting down. And yes, there are, DNR has its own published, which we've put in our report, of numerous accidents of people having arrows in their cars, of people having arrows in their houses, siding. Luckily, they're not killing a lot of people. Most of the hunters are killing each other, but if you keep mixing recreationists with hunters, you're gonna have more accidents. So we want safe Sundays where others get to recreate without weapons, without bullets and arrows. It just makes common sense. We have asked for the compromise of 10:30 so that everybody gets a little bit of Sunday. Would we prefer to have all Sunday? Yes, he would prefer to have all Sunday also, but you know, sometimes you got to compromise. Actually, if you look at Worcester, they put out in 2022, they did a whole workup on their whole park system and their whole recreation system. It's really well done. I read the whole thing. And they're talking, well, anyway, I can talk about that more when we get to the other one. But anyway, it's not the time to be increasing Sunday hunting with more people using the outdoors.
Okay, thank you very much. Any questions for Ms. Claggett? Seeing none, thank you very much. That ends the public hearing on House Bill 466. Let us turn now to House Bill 467. Delegate Otto.
Mr. Chairman,
and
Chairman Barvey, members of the committee, this is Charles Otto, delegate for District 38A, Somerset, Worcester, and Wycomico County. We have a Sunday hunting bill for wild turkey. And it's that's the only thing it affects is the season, the spring season, and I think it only adds one Sunday to the season, and I would ask your favorable report for that, and much of the testimony we've already heard covers the issues that are there, and that was the original request, but upon the commissioners and other constituents of talking about Sunday hunting, we submitted the first Bill 466 before that. I don't think we'll need this bill, but I'll leave that up to the subcommittee and the committee to make those decisions.
Very well. We also have testifying virtually in favor, again, Karen Abbott. Karen, I know you're out there.
Yes,
And there she is. Welcome to the committee again. You have 2 minutes.
thank you so much. Yes, I'm asking, as well as the county commissioners from Worcester County are, for full support of this bill. I do want to make mention that leased land is expensive. And I know that from personal experience from my family. We spend a lot of money to lease hunting land. And when you have to work full time and you can't use it on the days you're off, we don't have a farm. We can't use, the crop damage thing. But that is the case. But I just want to make the point that a lot of people lease land in Worcester County, and they should be able to use that land when they're able to. And then just the fact that the season is very short for turkey season, so this would add an extra days for the hunters to bring in their turkeys. So we ask you to be favorable too. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions for the sponsor or the witness? Well, Delegate Allen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Delegate Otto, I just want to specify again, for turkey hunting, what is the typical firearm and round used in those cases?
Well, typically it'd be a shotgun or something to that effect, and that's not going to reach but so far.
Got it. Thank you.
Any further questions? Seeing none, we'll proceed to the opponent. Again, Christy Claggett with the Horse Council.
You keep seeing me because I'm not a paid lobbyist. I am a volunteer, and I'm on the legislative committee for the Maryland Horse Council. And numerous members have written you and sent notes to this committee. It's really just availability of people coming, and I just happen to be the one that can be available. But 467 would allow turkey hunting in Worcester from mid-April to late May. So that's a prime recreational time for everyone. And as I said, turkeys, you shoot across the field. There's much more chance for dangerous shooting. The Marylanders do not support Sunday hunting. There are numerous polls. The 2018 Gonzales statewide polls, it's 68% opposed Sunday hunting. Even DNR's own 2018 survey showed that most people oppose Sunday hunting and they don't want it increased. It just goes, and then Maryland Horse Council did a poll where it said that 78% of the people they polled would change their plans to avoid hunters. So give us the day to avoid hunters. Give us Sundays. The recreational riding is the largest sector of the horse population in the horse industry. It's very large, and they use interconnecting network of trails between private and public land. And most people don't even know where the boundaries are, and the bullets and the arrows certainly don't know where the boundaries are. And there are a lot of individuals and organized clubs that trail ride in Worcester County. There's Trot, Chesapeake Plantation Working Horse, the 4-H groups, the pony clubs, and even the Old People's Pony Club. They use Pocomoke and the State Forest, the Chesapeake Forest. So, and I was talking about the Worcester County Land Preservation Park and Recreation Plan. It's fabulous. It's talking about increasing the use of their parks. They want more people going out. They want them walking. They want them riding. They want them using the waterways. It's not the time to be putting more guns. And also, if you look at Sunday hunting, this is a whole stack of where Sundays are and where they aren't. And Worcester now has 8 Sundays for deer and none for turkey.
Okay, any questions for Ms. Claggett? Seeing none, thank you so much. That ends the public hearing on 467. Let's proceed now to the big kahuna, House Bill 723, which has 21 witnesses. No, I don't think so. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. We're going to do 893 first. I made a mistake. Sorry about that.
Colleagues, my chief of staff will be presenting on my behalf, so.
Okay.
I'm going to sit here. It's not in order.
Okay, all right.
And our witness is coming up to be part of the panel.
Okay. Pardon me, some of my stuff was out of order here. It's my bad. Okay, there we go, 893.
Okay, good afternoon, Chair Barve. I think we have lost Vice Chair Stein, but esteemed members of the Environment and Transportation Committee. For the record, my name is Gretchen Zekiel. As Delegate Love said, I am her Chief of Staff, and I am here to present on her behalf HB 893, Water Utilities Shut-Off Protections, beautifully set up by our executives from Baltimore City who testified in terms of the first bill that we heard today. So by way of background information, Delegate Love, along with Delegate Pena Milnick, sit on the Maryland Advisory Committee for the U.S. Commission on Civil Rights. And last summer, they did a deep dive into water affordability and accessibility. And they found out some pretty frightening, surprising, and disturbing information, which I will try now to summarize. So first of all, the cost of water over the last decade has tripled. It has tripled the amount of inflation. That means that less people can afford to pay water bills, and as a result, there are more shutoffs. It also means that these shutoffs have dire consequences. So some of the consequences include the fact that water, as we know, is just integral to health. And for lack of clean, safe water, children can be removed from a household. Additionally, there are many fees, these vary from municipality to municipality, associated with having your water cut off. These fees, that can be pretty significant, contribute to the financial burden that is already stressing out many Marylanders. And finally, those who have a tax lien due to water bill non-payment can lose their homes in addition to losing their water. And it's going to come as no surprise to all of you that those who are at the most likely to be affected by these harms are our most vulnerable and at-risk residents. So in essence, and understandably, we understand utilities' positions on this, but the water shutoff that should serve as an incentive to make people pay their bills on time is actually penalizing. It's a punitive measure for those who are poor, vulnerable, and at risk. So what SB 893 does is it takes a few steps to improve this situation for the most vulnerable, to protect them from the harms that I just described. It prohibits water shutoffs and tax liens associated that could lead to the loss of a home for the most vulnerable in our community, those with severe medical and other issues who would be significantly negatively affected by loss of water, those who are 65 and older, who live at 50% or less than the average median income. It also prevents, sorry, as I have now, oh dear, I'm sorry. Okay, well, for those reasons, including the fact that Senator Mary Washington is our co-sponsor, having passed the Baltimore City having sponsored and right here in the MGA passed the prohibition of liens in Baltimore City that we're extending to Maryland. I ask the committee, please, for a favorable report.
Okay, Shannon Mountain is signed up also. Mouton, pardon me for mispronouncing your name. Shannon, if that's you, please, you're welcome to the committee. You have 2 minutes.
Great, thank you. Good afternoon. Thank you, Chairman Barve. Good afternoon, committee. My name is Shannon Mouton, and I am the Executive Director of Laurel Advocacy and Referral Services. We offer food and financial aid to low-income and homeless individuals and families in the greater Laurel area. This includes parts of Prince George's, Anne Arundel, and Howard counties. Of the services that we offer and of particular interest for this afternoon, we provide our clients with direct financial assistance in the form of eviction prevention, rent and mortgage support, and of course, help with paying their utility bills. I am here this afternoon because firsthand at LARS, we know the effects of unpaid water bills and late fees. There are a lot of things people can live without. We see it every day. Without clothing, without shelter, lack of food. However, water is not one of those things that we as mammals, human beings, people can live without. Therefore, LARS stands with Delegate Love in support of HB 893 for shutoff protections. With our current inflationary rate of 6.4%, low-income households are still struggling to recover from the pandemic. For many of them, their wages have not kept pace with inflation, and they make tough choices every day, be it keeping a roof over their heads, putting food on the table, filling up the gas tank, refilling prescriptions, keeping the lights on, and yes, even choosing whether or not to keep their water on. Since 2021, we at LARS have paid more than $6,000 in water bills for our clients, with more than 1/3 of that money being spent in the last 6 months. This problem has become so widespread that the City of Laurel has asked us to support them. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. We also have joining us Alexandra Campbell-Ferrari, who is a virtual witness. Are you with us? Yes, there you are. Welcome to the committee. You have 2 minutes.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. And Delegate Love and Committee, thank you for the invitation and opportunity to testify in support of House Bill 893. My name is Alexandra Campbell-Ferrari, and I serve as the Executive Director of the Center for Water Security and Cooperation and an adjunct faculty of water law at the University of Maryland Carey School of Law. House Bill 893 will achieve 3 critical things: consistency, equity, and fairness. First, the bill creates consistency across the state of Maryland. The rules governing the provision of drinking water and wastewater services are set by the local government, which leads to similarly situated people being treated differently within the same state. There's no reason for a senior citizen with an income at or below 50% of the area median income, or a person with a significant medical condition to be treated differently based on the county or municipality that they live in. House Bill 893 ensures that those community members' access to water is protected regardless of where they live in the state. Second, this bill guarantees equity. Not having access to water within the home presents a critical public health concern. For some, it presents a life or death situation. In a report the Center for Water Security and Cooperation published in 2019, entitled The Accessibility Trap: Maryland's Invisible Water Crisis, we discovered that the majority of municipalities and counties allow for water shutoffs. Most of the local governments that allow for water shutoffs neither offer rate assistance nor identify exceptions to when a water shutoff can occur. House Bill 893 ensures that more vulnerable members of the community, such as seniors and those with serious medical conditions, do not have to worry about their water being shut off. Third, this bill would stop the unfair practice of selling homes to solely enforce a lien imposed for unpaid water or wastewater bills. No one, especially low-income households, seniors, or community members with medical conditions, should lose their home because they can't afford water or wastewater services. We encourage this committee to vote in favor of House Bill 893. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. I'm going to call up Dominic Butchko to come up and testify, even though he's signed up favorable with amendments, and then we'll take questions. Dominic, tell us about your amendment.
Yeah. So, Mr. Chair, members of the committee, Dominic Butchko with the Maryland Association of Counties. First, I just really want to thank the delegate for putting in such a good bill. I think this is a really important issue, and we would be blind to say that it's not. That being said, this bill also comes with an incredibly big lift for local jurisdictions. Maryland's water infrastructure is primarily funded through a scheme called enterprise funds, which is basically user fees. You pay to use the infrastructure, and that goes into the maintenance, expansion, et cetera. It is true that there is a certain demographic that would be hit worse if they do not have water. And it is true that they should have relief. But putting that burden on the local government is just too big of a lift. So MACO is supportive of this legislation with amendments, and the amendments are that the state comes and helps local governments in paying for this program. I want to point out, too, that the impact of this won't be felt equally. As Maryland's population shifts, some jurisdictions are seeing greater portions of older population than others. And so, you can have a situation where potentially in a couple of decades, more than half of your population could not have to pay water bills. And so then you're going to have, a minority of people having to pay for all of this infrastructure. So MACO supports the bill with amendments, and thank you very much again, Delegate Love, for putting in such an important piece of legislation.
Okay, I have a question. And maybe, I don't know if you're aware of this, but the city of Rockville owns its own water agency. So does this bill reimburse the city of Rockville for any revenue losses?
No.
So I assume your amendment, in addition to, would your amendment include counties and municipalities?
Yeah, I don't think that we would differentiate between who the water supplier is.
Mm-hmm. Okay. All right. Any other questions? So, basically, there is are there any for-profit water agencies in the state of Maryland?
Do you have data on that?
I know what the different types are, but
I thought that they were all
Right.
not-for-profit, publicly owned agencies.
we can certainly look into that and get back to you.
That'd be terrific. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you so much. That ends the public hearing on House Bill 893. Let us now turn to the grand kahuna, House Bill 723. Delegate Love.
Colleagues, here is the end of this Sarapalooza.
Oh, I'd forgotten
This
that.
is it.
Yeah.
This is it. This is the last one. Okay. Okay, great. Chair Barve, esteemed colleagues, Delegate Sarah Love, here to present to you HB 723, Forest Preservation and Retention. Forests and tree canopy are extremely important to Maryland and in Maryland. I don't need to tell you that they are one of the most important natural resources that we have. They're key to the health of the bay, as well as our economy and our well-being. They're so important that there is a whole section of the code delineating their importance. So earlier we heard about the Hughes study, which was a result of Delegate Healy's legislation and leadership. That study told us many things, two of which are this: we are losing forest and we have ways to fix it. So that's where HB 723 comes in. It is built on the information from the Hughes study. It has three parts. It addresses our overall goal, and it says that we want to increase both forest and tree canopy. Second, it looks at the Forest Conservation Act, which addresses what developers must do. And third, it provides a tax incentive for individuals to get a forest management plan, thank you, and protect their forests. So I want to focus in on the middle part, and that is right now, under the Forest Conservation Act, there's basically a 4-to-1 rule. If you cut down 4 trees, you have to put up 1. This is simplifying it, basically. But what this does is it really raises the bar, and it says we're moving to a 1-to-1. Realizing that we are raising the bar, we're actually providing a lot more flexibility and opportunity. Flexibility for counties and opportunities for developers to meet their goals. So right now, it's very prescriptive what they must do, what they can and cannot do to meet the requirements under the Forest Conservation Act. Under HB 723, it says it provides 2 paths. The first one is counties can create their own plan. And rather than each development project having to meet now the 4-to-1 or under our bill, the 1-to-1, it can be done county-wide. So let's say a county has transit-oriented development that they want to focus on here. They can protect their forest here, so long as county-wide they are meeting that 1-to-1. If a county doesn't have its own plan, then we've got the state plan. And the state plan, as I said, provides more opportunities for developers to meet their responsibilities. And I'll let Eric talk more about that. But one thing I want to highlight is you heard about the forest mitigation banking. This has been a big topic of conversation in this committee. It was held by the Attorney General to be outside of the Forest Conservation Act. So as of 2024, that will end. We heard the counties and the developers talk about how important that is. So we are bringing that back, but with a key caveat. A developer cannot use that banking to protect forests that would never otherwise be cut down. So they have to protect forest that is in jeopardy of being cut down. So we're giving them that tool back, but with some caveats, with some restrictions on it. I just want to close by saying we have done a lot of outreach. We have met with, hang on, I want to get them all. We have met with Anne Arundel, Baltimore City, Baltimore County, Charles Frederick, Hartford, Howard, Montgomery, Prince George's, Mako, the builders. We're meeting with the solar community. We've met with Maryland National Park and Planning. We've heard their concerns. We have a number of amendments to address their concerns, and I ask for a favorable report. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Who would you like to have go next?
Mark Hoffman, please.
Okay, Mark Hoffman.
Good afternoon, committee members. My name is Mark Hoffman. I'm the Maryland Director for the Chesapeake Bay Commission. I did learn something new today, Mr. Chair. You and I were born in the same year. So how do you like that?
Well, I think I approve. I don't know. You're a pretty good-looking guy.
Well, you have a little more hair than I do, but
only because of hair transplants.
It was just a month ago I updated you on the state of the Bay. And as part of that, I hope that was a positive message. We continue to make progress despite the ever-increasing human population in the Bay. We continue to make progress, and pollution loads are going down. And there was one very memorable graphic, but given the amount of information you're barraged with every day, you may not remember it, that an inch of rainfall on a forest generates 750 gallons of runoff. An inch of rainfall on an acre of impervious surface generates 27,000 gallons of runoff. I think that underscores the importance of forests, not to mention the benefits of carbon sequestration, buffers against flooding, and improving public health. Hence, HB 723 will benefit both forest and tree canopy. And we need to be clear about the terms. The Hughes folks talked about those, but a forest is a group of trees at least 1 acre in size. Tree canopy also includes street trees, trees in urban environments, trees in your yards. Those are 2 very different things, and they're both important, but they're quite different. I'm going to focus on the large state goal. What is our goal as a state related to forest conservation? The current goal is no net loss of really tree canopy. We need to have a definition of our goal. The Hughes Centers told us we can increase forests over time, and that's the new goal and one of the key focuses of this legislation. Thank you.
You can have an additional 10 seconds because we talked about 1958.
Well, I'd like to recognize this committee and the leadership here and your peers have done a lot to improve forest conservation in the state. As you saw on that graph, we've made tremendous progress. but we can do better and we can reverse the trend. We're still losing forest. Okay, the most critical habitat, the best thing we can do to control stormwater, it continues to go down. This bill addresses that, and I'll let Eric and the CBF team get into the details related to the Forest Conservation Act. Thank you, and thank you for the extension.
Sure. Who's going next? Eric? Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Chairman Barve, members of the committee. I will not ask how much time 1980 is worth. I want to start, I'm the interim executive director for Chesapeake Bay Foundation. I'm also a certified urban planner working on these issues, and I know this committee has been working on these issues for a long time, and I want to start by expressing CBF's appreciation for the 6 or 7 years of deliberation that this committee has already taken on this issue and for commissioning the Hughes Center study. It's important that we're working with current and clear data. How does House Bill 723 respond to forest loss? In a couple of different ways. First, under existing law, up to 2/3 of a fully forested site can be cleared with no mitigation at all. This bill would ensure that every acre of forest that is cleared is offset in some way, shape, or form, whether that's replanting or some other strategy. Under existing law, every project inside or outside of growth areas, inside or outside of priority funding areas, even transit-oriented development must adhere to an identical formula for mitigation. Under this bill, as the delegate mentioned, there is much more flexibility. Finally, under existing law, there is a very limited set of tools to mitigate clearing. This bill adds a number of options, including preservation, including the restoration of existing degraded forest, and including the ability to go above and beyond stormwater management requirements. It does all of these things in the context of existing framework. The state and local partnership that is a hallmark of the FCA continues. DNR already reviews and approves local programs. That's not changing, and local discretion for clearing is also not changing. Simply like to conclude by saying that we are focused on outcomes, and we do see multiple pathways to achieving those outcomes with this bill. We urge your support. Thank you.
Thank you. Who would like to go next?
Yes, do not touch
not the button.
Okay, gotcha. Good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Anna Mudd, and I'm the Senior Director of Policy for Potomac Conservancy, an organization with over 30,000 supporters dedicated to conservation and policy initiatives that restore and protect the Potomac River watershed. Today, I'm also representing nearly 40 organizations from around Maryland that have come together to support House Bill 723. In addition to statewide groups like the NAACP, the Sierra Club, and Audubon Mid-Atlantic, we also have representation from smaller groups in Baltimore City, Anne Arundel, Charles, Prince George's, Frederick, and Montgomery counties, and several organizations signing on from the Eastern Shore and Western Maryland. For the past 6 years, many of these small volunteer-led groups have fought to strengthen forest conservation laws locally and have been able to celebrate significant progress in Anne Arundel, Howard, and Frederick counties. However, with the recent release of the Hughes study, we all recognize the critical need for an updated and improved Forest Conservation Act in Maryland. Maryland has made a commitment to increase forest land both under the Chesapeake Bay TMDL and the Bay Agreement. Yet we continue to suffer devastating net losses because of a weak Forest Conservation Act. If the state has any chance of retaining and increasing forested land, the act must be updated before it's too late. We believe this bill does just that by raising the standard for forest conservation while still giving local governments and developers the tools they need to succeed in meeting these new goals. Our coalition respectfully requests a favorable report for House Bill 723. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Who would like to go next? We have all we have is Matthew Johnston, and Gary Allen. All the others, then there are people who are signed up favorable with amendments. Let's do the purely favorable people first, and then go to questions, and then do favorable with amendments in that order. So who would like to, who's up next?
Thank you, Chair. I'll go, I guess. Thank you, Chair and members of the committee. My name is Matt Johnston. I've seen you frequently this session already.
Right.
I'm the current executive director of Arundel Rivers Federation, who works to protect the South, West, and Road rivers here in Anne Arundel County and fight for clean water everywhere. I'm here today not just in support of HB 723, but to tell you that there are lessons learned from some of our counties. We have tried this in Anne Arundel County, something very similar, and it has worked. In Anne Arundel County 4 years ago, in 2019, the county council unanimously, in a bipartisan fashion, adopted new forest regulations that doubled the amount of replanting required by developers who cut down forest, increased the amount of forest that they had to protect on the site, and tripled the fee that they would pay if they could not do that replanting on site or off site. What we heard during that debate was that this would end development in Anne Arundel County. Well, I'm happy to report that it has not. What it has done is it has changed the development pattern. We are now protecting our larger forests, and as you drive past Parole and other areas in western and northern Anne Arundel County, you are probably seeing new redevelopment projects. That is exactly what forest conservation regulations are meant to do. It's meant to stop urban sprawl in our forests and encourage redevelopment and affordable housing in our urban areas. Thank you, and I urge a favorable report.
Thank you. By the way, I neglected to mention Janet Gingold. So Janet, if you're up there somewhere, move forward, and if there is somebody else who'd like, you, sir, why don't you go next? And
my name is Gary Allen.
Gary
I'm the
Allen.
president of the Maryland Forestry Foundation, and I appear in support of the bill before us right now. I'm probably one of the few people you'll hear from who was actually present when the original Forest Conservation Act was passed. At that time, I chaired the Maryland Municipal Legislative Committee as a local elected official in Prince George's County and brought Maryland's municipal governments into and support of the Forest Conservation Act as passed. Later on, I was chairman of the Sustainable Forestry Council, and we're the organization that recommended the no net loss bill that came before you in the early part of the 2010s, actually passed in 2013. I raise these things because what's happened to us, as I see, is that our goals have changed. Our original concept under the FCA was to slow the forest loss, which had faced us in the 1980s, which had resulted in more than 1,000 acres of forest lost each month. But it wasn't an effective tool to achieve no net loss. Therefore, we amended, and the state accepted a broader goal to try to sustain and stop the loss of forest in the future. What we now see before us is a bill that provides more effective tools to achieve that goal. What we see before us is an opportunity to bring new guardrails to the development process that will help focus our attention on a goal that all of us have affirmed and we note has yet to be achieved in the future. I urge your favorable report on the bill before you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. Delegate Healy and I were here in 1991, but not on this committee. Okay, so Janet Gingold.
Good afternoon, Chair Barve and committee members. My name is Janet Gingold, and I'm testifying on behalf of over 70,000 members and supporters of the Maryland Sierra Club. The Sierra Club urges you to support HB 723. Today, I want to call attention to why this is important for Prince George's County, where I live and where we have equity concerns. Our trees are essential for climate resilience. In Prince George's County, we have seen deforestation and forest fragmentation due to suburban sprawl, despite planning documents that call for focusing development in existing transit-oriented activity centers. The Hughes Center report shows that from 2013 to 2018, Prince George's County lost over 6,000 acres of forest to other land uses, and close to 4,000 acres of tree canopy outside of forest was converted to other uses. Our new climate action plan calls for no net tree loss policy and to maintain and augment the current tree canopy coverage. 52% of Prince George's County's land has tree canopy, but this is very unevenly distributed with relatively sparse tree coverage in our more urban areas and more forest farther south or farther away from DC. Much of the forested area is privately owned and could be cleared for development as current landowners retire. For equity and climate resilience, we need to retain our existing forests and augment tree canopy in our more urban and disadvantaged areas. By establishing clear, standardized definitions, by prioritizing retention of mature forests, by setting out the preferred sequence for afforestation and reforestation, and by increasing reforestation requirements, This legislation will make it easier to reach climate goals and to protect people from the worst impacts of climate change. We urge you to support HB 723. Please see our written comments from Lily Fountain for more detail. Thanks.
Okay, I believe that's everybody who's purely signed up as in favor, correct? No, okay. Questions? We've got questions. Is there a virtual one? Oh, you're right, there is. Denise Gutara. Pardon me for forgetting you almost. Go ahead. Welcome to the committee. You have 2 minutes.
Hello. Good afternoon, Chair Barr and members of the committee. My name is Denise Guitarra. I'm the Maryland Conservation Advocate for Nature Forward. We have advocated for forest conservation, the Maryland General Assembly, since passage of the original Forest Conservation Act in 1991. Nature Forward favorably supports HB 723 because this bill will protect and conserve more forested land and tree canopy through the state of Maryland. The current forest conservation law results in nearly 2/3 of forested sites having no replanting requirements. The current bill proposes to fix this. HB 723 will provide local county governments significant greater flexibility to pursue effective forest protections that meet our county's needs. For example, Nature Forward is part of the Montgomery County Forest Coalition, has been working side by side with county council and planning staff to update the county's forest conservation law. Because of the greater flexibility proposed in HB 723, Montgomery County's proposed bill is expected to comply with and complement the updates to the state's Forest Conservation Act. HB 723 is an environmental justice bill. Nature Forward has heard firsthand from disfavored communities across Maryland that they want to see more forest for their families' health and well-being. Protecting our forests now will help to build healthy and climate-resilient communities in Maryland's future. Lastly, this bill will update the forest conservation law to be in alignment with the latest scientific findings from the Hughes Center report, which found that more than 44% of the state's total tree canopy loss came from Montgomery and Prince George's County, and that there's also a huge imbalance of forest banking credits. On behalf of Nature Forward and our 28,000 members and supporters, we respectfully urge this committee to favorably report HB 723. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Delegate Love, for bringing this bill. I really am enthusiastic about the work that you've done, and I really want to offer my support and help in all the crafting of any amendments that you may be working on. I have a couple questions about some of the changes that are that you've described in the bill. The watershed is how we used to talk about where they would replant. And you're talking about within the county. Now, some counties are in more than one watershed. A lot of them are all in the same one. But does that make a difference in your bill?
Thank you, Delegate. If I could respond to the question. The bill at a minimum would require as current law does, the mitigation to occur within the same county or watershed.
Which? Both? Either?
And so it's at the discretion of the local government to determine.
Thank you.
Yes.
And the other question, this was something that was very problematic when I was working on this before we got the final report. And that's having a working definition of what is a forest across all the different kinds of legislation, because this has been done piecemeal over decades. And so I found that was one of the problems when I talked to stakeholders. They were all thinking about it differently. Does this bill provide a universal definition that will cut across everything?
The basic answer to that question is no. It does not change. It's very important. It does not. The current definition, as far as the Forest Conservation Act is concerned, is not changed by this piece of legislation. What it does, the definition section, which I talked about, that's in terms of establishing our goal. We now have tremendous, as you heard earlier today, remote sensing capability to quantify changes in forest and tree canopy over the broader landscape. It establishes a definition for that assessment, but that's different, and this is real important, that's different than the forest where the Forest Conservation Act kicks in. Because quite frankly, I was involved in the Hughes study. Each of those 3 different data systems they used had a different definition of forest. We're just not going to get to a universal definition. We just need to be clear, you know, in the context and the purpose for which we're using a particular definition.
Thank you for that. That does answer my question. The last question that I have is kind of piggybacks on that, because one of the issues that I saw when I was working on this is what constitutes the kind of, when is a forest not a forest? I mean, basically, if you have 5 acres of running bamboo and other kinds of things, that is getting into, and because invasive species is a problem in the forests, if a developer is going to knock down all that bamboo and put a development up in an already urbanized area, and that may look like it's the last piece of green space in that area, maybe it's 20, 30 acres even, but it's not really a forest if it's mostly invasive species. And I wanted to ask, does your bill have a definition that can be helpful with that situation?
Sure. Delegate, this bill would not change the existing definition of forests for the FCA. What we do anticipate is an update to the technical manual put out by the Department of Natural Resources in consultation with local governments that describe in great detail the implementation of this act. And I'm hopeful that this issue is one of many that would be touched in that update.
Okay, I would like to work with you on that particular thing, because we need a lot of redevelopment. And I think the opportunity for local governments to target and actually grow a large forest area, when a large forest is much better than a fractured, lots of little ones, would be a big help, and I would like to work with you on that. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Delegate Terraza.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I want to thank you, Delegate Love, for bringing this and echo Delegate Healy's enthusiasm for this bill. I really appreciate it. What I wanted to find out, and so one of the bills that we'll hear on Friday, and something that I've been working on with several of my colleagues, is regarding stream restoration. And so I'm wondering if this, like the reforestation, whether it applies in stream restoration. So in other words, if you're taking out a 50-foot swath or a 100-foot swath of trees for stream restoration, will those trees need to be replaced?
Delegate, the answer to that question, unfortunately, is going to be it depends. There are certain minimum requirements that must be met for a project to qualify for coverage under the FCA, and it depends on the nature of the project, but we can get more detailed information to you.
I'd appreciate that. Thank you.
Delegate Stein.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and Delegate, thank you for bringing this bill. Forest conservation, obviously, is so important. I know that the bill would change the proposed ratios for reforestation and would also give more flexibility to counties as to how to achieve them. Is there a local program or county that is already doing what is envisioned by the bill that maybe you could describe?
Sure, thank you, Delegate. And I think this is an important question because we've heard some concern about the 1-to-1 and the 2-to-1 ratios in the bill. I think it's critical to note that those ratios will only ever apply in local jurisdictions that themselves have decided that those ratios are the best way forward. They can develop an alternative program as long as it meets a general countywide no net loss standard. We are starting to see these. Carroll County has led the way. For 30 years, they have had a no net loss standard. in their program. Frederick County recently adopted one. I think the one that might be most pertinent to the question today is Montgomery County, and Ms. Gitara mentioned it briefly. They have run calculations on their proposed program that has been supported by the Planning Commission. It has moved through the T&E committee in the County Council. They believe they have a no net loss program. That no net loss program moves the ratio from 1/4 to 1 to 1/2 to 1. But it also increases the conservation thresholds, and it increases the expectations associated with afforestation. So there are many different pathways to achieve the no net loss, and we expect that the majority of counties, towns, and cities will choose their own path. And these more general ratios would only apply in cases where those jurisdictions believe it's the best way forward.
Okay, thank you.
Delegate Naraki.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Delegate, thank you for this thoughtful bill. I just had one question with respect to my district. I have several Christmas tree farms in my district, so I'm just kind of curious how this would apply to a business like that. What does it look like for that?
Delegate, we believe it does not apply. It certainly should not apply in our estimation, and if there's concern about that, happy to work on that.
Okay.
There's an explicit exemption for commercial forestry operations that the FCA does not apply. That's in existing law.
Okay.
And
maybe we could talk offline though about that particular part of it.
Sure.
Okay, thank you.
I have a question. The existing Forestry Conservation Act creates an exemption for electric power distribution companies for power lines. Does that remain intact here?
Chairman, half of that remains intact in this bill. There's currently an exemption for the energy generation station itself, as well as the transmission infrastructure. This bill would retain the exemption for the transmission infrastructure. It would eliminate the exemption for the footprint of the generating station itself.
Repeat that last part again?
It would eliminate the exemption for the generating portion of the system itself.
So all the solar panels would
yeah, that would qualify as generation, and that's one reason why, as the delegate mentioned, we're in communication with the solar industry. I think, you know, the footprint of that industry is significantly different than generation in the past, and we want to find the right balance there.
Okay, so if Pepco or BG&E has to install a power line in order to upgrade its grid, is that exempt or not?
That would be transmission infrastructure, and that would be exempt.
That would be exempt, okay. Okay, any other questions? All righty then, let's go to the people who are signed up favorable with amendments, for whom there are several, apparently. So let's start with Michael Wilkins, Victoria Venable, and Dominic Butchko. That's totally fine if you want to do it that way. She can be right after you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yep, who would like to go first?
I'll go first. Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. Good afternoon. My name is Mike Wilkins. I am the Director of the Frederick County Department of Development Review and Planning, and I respectfully request a favorable report on HB 723 with the inclusions of the amendments attached to our written testimony. To help ensure that statewide forest conservation policies are feasible for county and local governments, I believe there are a few minor amendments that should be considered. First, we believe that changes should be made to the exemptions to qualified conservation. With the current bill language, we would be prohibiting the protection of priority retention areas based on the property's development potential. Instead, we recommend the bill identify specific target areas such as stream buffers, floodplains, habitat for rare, threatened, endangered species, etc., that may be included in the banking program. Second, the deadlines for the use of monies in the Forest Conservation Fund should be adjusted to provide localities sufficient time to effectively use these funds for planting projects. Frederick County government supports legislation proposed under HB 530 to extend the timeframes, and we would ask that these changes be included in HB 723 as well. Third, the proposed revisions to the definition of forest land is in conflict with the definition of forest in 5-1601 of the Forest Conservation Act. Furthermore, we believe that the definition of forest land should include the qualifier native or predominantly native. My written testimony provides further discussion. Finally, to balance the needs of our conservation efforts with adjacent economic industries, we recommend exempting Christmas tree farms and orchards from the tree canopy definition. Thank you for your consideration of this bill, and I urge the committee to give a favorable report with amendments.
Thank you. Victoria, welcome back to the committee.
Thank you. Hi, everybody. My name is Victoria Venable. I'm here today representing the Frederick County Executive Jessica Fitzwater. You just heard from my colleague who explained many of our suggested amendments, but overall I want to share that the county executive is incredibly supportive of this legislation. It mirrors a lot of the policies that we have on the local level, including that no net loss. We also are very excited to work with the bill sponsor and the cross-file in the Senate on improving the overall state conservation efforts. This is a huge priority in Frederick County. As you might imagine, we are trying to balance those economic needs with the conservation of our gems of forests out in Frederick County. We have some of those suggestions that we were making about the definition of forest mitigation, known as qualified conservation in the bill. And then, as we mentioned, we also have a bill, HB 530, which you'll be hearing shortly, that does a couple of the other changes we'd like to make it a little bit more flexible for local governments. We love the way that there's some options in this bill for local governments to choose how they are in compliance. But one of the things we've heard from some of our local smaller municipalities is that using the money within that 2-year time frame can be very difficult. There's a lot that goes into that process, and we would recommend expanding the timeline for those forest conservation fund spending to happen within 5 years. You'll also see a couple of those other technical amendments that are with our testimony, but overall, I'm really excited to work with both the bill sponsor and the advocates on moving this forest conservation policy forward. Thank you. Once again, Victoria with County Executive's Office of Frederick County, and we support with favorable amendments.
Okay, Dom, do you want to go first?
Yeah, so Mr. Chair, members of the committee, Dominic Butchko with the Maryland Association of Counties. First, I just have to thank the bill sponsor in both the House and Senate for the incredible amount of communication they have had with local governments in Mako. This has truly been a Herculean effort, and so we really appreciate that. That being said, counties do recognize the importance of this act, and it is important, but this is a big shift in public policy, and we need to get this shift right because it touches so many things. We've heard about housing in this committee and other issues, and this will impact that. We need to balance conservation, we need to balance growth, and we need to balance public health. And those things are not mutually exclusive goals, and we have to craft policy to meet all three. If you refer to our testimony, there are 10 amendments just listed there. We have sent over more amendments and concerns to the bill sponsors, and we are committed to finding a solution. Like I said, we are talking constantly. I do want to highlight some of them, though. So there are issues with the requirements for zoning variances. I will say I think that issue has almost been completely addressed. We don't think the bill does enough in addressing the quality of forests, just the quantity of forests. We would like full restoration of forest mitigation banking. We want to narrow the scope of the replanting requirements. Delegate Healy, you asked a question. Our interpretation is if there are invasive species or any other plants that we would have to take out, we would have to replant all of those, which just is such a massive change and not really practical. As well as there are several definitional concerns. One of them is listed in our testimony. Several others have been given to the bill sponsors and the advocates, and like I said, we're working on that, but there are just a lot of things that we still need to clear up. That being said, I do think that there's light at the end of the tunnel, and I do think we can craft a package that will work, and Mako stands here willing to do the work, and again, we thank you for willing to be partners in this. So Mako urges a favorable report with amendments. Thank you.
You know, Angelica, you're signed up unfavorable, and ordinarily I would not have a person who's unfavorable go, so I'm not going to take your testimony right now. I'm going to wait until all the unfavorables testify, okay? Okay, so let's go next to David Goshorn, Andrea Crooms, David Goshorn and Andrea Crooms, both favorable with amendments. And it's always great to see John the dog in the committee. Who'd like to go first?
Hi, well, thank you, Mr. Chair. Members of the committee, my name, for the record, is Dave Goshorn. I'm with the Department of Natural Resources, Senior Bay Restoration Coordinator, and currently also Acting Assistant Secretary for Aquatic Resources. The department supports HB 723 with a few what we believe are minor amendments. You have my written testimony, so I'll be brief. The department greatly appreciates the report by the Hughes Center that you heard earlier today, and even more importantly, the sponsors taking the findings of that study and the science of that study and applying it to a bill that pivots us from no net loss to forest increase for all the reasons we all know that forests are important to the state. Our three amendments that we would like to sit down with the sponsors on are as follows. One is the goal language. It's a qualitative goal of simply increasing. In a perfect world, we like a quantitative goal. We know that it's not a perfect world, and that may simply be too challenging to get to at this point. But at the very least, we think it would be helpful to recognize that there are certain things that are beyond the control of the jurisdictions, like disease, emerald ash borer, for example, the impacts of more and more serious storm impacts on trees and fire and so forth that should be recognized in the goal. Second, there's a definition of forest land on page 3, I think it is. While we agree that should be consistent with what the U.S. EPA Chesapeake Bay program is using and U.S. Forest Service, we're a little bit concerned that those, we have some understanding that those definitions may change. And so perhaps it may be better just to reference those rather than put it in our bill and then have them change those definitions. And then finally, there's a definition of priority areas for conservation on page 10 that we feel could be clarified a little bit, referencing some existing tools we have. And we look forward to working with the sponsors on all those. Thank you.
Yes, go ahead, Ms. Crooms.
So for the record, my name is Andrea Crooms. I'm the Director of the Department of Environment in Prince George's County. We very strongly support the underlying tenets of this bill. We were actually already working with Eric from CBF a little bit about what a bill would look like in our county. But just like the folks who were presenting on the Hughes Center said, Prince George's County is uniquely situated. We're uniquely situated because we are a 64% African-American county. Yes, we were at one time the richest African-American led county in the United States. However, we were also the poorest in the DMV. We don't have development to redevelop in some of the places that we need to develop. In some cases, it is raw land. We don't have redevelopment opportunities. We have a Blue Line Corridor plan. We have a New Carrollton plan. We have 34 identified TODs and town centers. We just want the ability to develop there. We want the ability to have the FBI building come. We want the ability to have the Bureau of Engraving come. We want the ability to have the commanders come. These are big projects that, support our overall economic development. And what we're asking for out of our, recommended amendments, which include prioritizing TOD and town center development and keeping it at a quarter, phasing in proposed higher requirements outside of priority development areas, maximizing the utilization of existing priority woodlands as qualified conservation banks, extending the implementation timeline, and revising or eliminating the variance requirements allow us to take what is a bill that has a really good objective and apply environmental justice and apply equity to it and allow the county to identify the ways that it needs to develop. Yes, there's flexibility in this bill, but the flexibility requires at this point that I go through my county council, get a new rule passed, and then go to DNR and find out whether or not DNR is okay with the way that I am interpreting what is, no net tree loss. And so we just need flexibility from the onset in this bill to allow us to work where we want to work. What happened between 2003 and 2018 is the past, and where we are now is in a county that's truly devoted to transit-oriented development and seeing it actually happen. We need the empowerment to actually do that, but we do support the bill and would like a favorable report with amendments.
Okay, let's go to questions. Delegate Healy.
Thank you again, Mr. Chairman, and thank you very much for being here. I definitely want to work with the Prince George's people to make sure that the goals of our county are really can be realized in the context of this bill. So I hope that we'll continue to work together. But my question really is for the folks from Frederick that spoke earlier.
You could come back up. We'll wait for you.
Because you, in your testimony, you mentioned about an issue with definitions, and I think that that's really important. I saw that problem with definitions in the current law across the board, and I know the answer was that this bill does not correct that issue. So I would be happy to work with you on finding some, not new definitions necessarily, but new labels so that everything isn't called a forest. You know, I mean, we find other words. Would you be willing to work with me on that?
Absolutely. Thank you for that opportunity.
And the other question is, you talked about exempting orchards and Christmas tree farms, and I'm not sure what you're exempting them from and what that means exactly, because if it's tree can be, I mean, if you cut down a tree to build a house and you plant an orchard, you know, I don't know why that wouldn't count as some kind of canopy. I'm not clear as what you were saying there.
Sure. I think maybe a little bit of everything that you said, that, you know, we'd want to discuss the ramifications of counting orchards as part of a tree canopy number. We'd also be concerned that if any part of the bill had the unforeseen consequence of counting orchard as forest, and if a farmer were, you know, clearing part of the orchard, rotating crops, changing one field from use to the other, that they wouldn't be somehow caught under the Forest Conservation Act requirements.
Okay, so I'd be curious, I mean, I would want to know more about that, and I mean, Frederick, Barbara Fritchie, the forests, the orchards of Maryland Hills in Frederick are very famous, and I hate to see them put in any jeopardy, so thank you.
Oh, thank you.
The Vice Chairman has a question.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman, and this is for Dave Goshorn. Dave, thank you very much to DNR for weighing in on the bill and offering your favorable with amendments testimony. My question goes to the definition or how qualified conservation is provided in the bill. Some of the other favorable with amendment testimony has gone to that issue, saying maybe it's a little bit too strict. Does DNR have any feedback on qualified conservation and forest mitigation banks as provided in the bill?
Yeah, I think we're comfortable with the language as it's in the bill, yes.
Great, thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, seeing none, we'll turn to the opponents of the bill. And let me start with Bob Enton, Tom Ballantyne, Kevin Haynes. We'll start with those three.
Mr. Chairman, Kevin Haynes is unable to be here.
Okay, in that case, Lori Graff. Oh, great, okay.
So, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, Robert Enton on behalf of the Maryland Building Industry Association, and we are signed up in opposition to the bill. You'll hear from Mr. Ballantyne, who's on behalf of NAOP, and from Ms. Graff on behalf of the builders, the concerns that we have. You know, I think, you know, over the last, I don't know, what, 5 years, 10 years, we made a tremendous amount of progress in dealing with forest conservation. And one of the things I think that we've managed to do is to attempt to strike a balance between reserving forest, but also making sure that we don't negatively impact business opportunities in various parts of the state. And more importantly, I think what we often talk about in this committee, which is affordable housing. I think if you look at the data, and you'll hear from Ms. Graff and Mr. Ballantyne, I mean, you look at the data, we have made significant progress in this arena. And once again, we think that what we need to do is try to look at the current situation and strike a balance between conserving forests. Obviously, it's good for the environment, but also making sure that businesses can thrive and that affordable housing is available. We had a good call with the sponsor. We talked about a number of issues with the proponents. We'd like to continue to work on this. We do think it needs work and amendments and changes. And if we could reach a compromise on some of the issues that you'll hear today, we'd be very pleased. But the bill in its present form, we find to be quite problematic. Thank you.
Okay, who'd like to go next?
Mr. Chairman, with your permission, I'll go next. Tom Ballantyne with NAIOP, Maryland. We're a commercial real estate trade association here recommending your unfavorable report on House Bill 723. The Forest Conservation Act in its current form uses a sliding scale of conservation and replanting values designed to preserve forest, but also allow land designated for development to perform as intended under the zoning and the use classifications. This bill takes that pendulum and pushes it very far to the other side. The approach in this bill is similar to previous bills from our read that were brought before this committee. We think it sets a very broad definition of priority forest, and then it requires a variance to clear that priority forest. Developers never go into a development project anticipating to receive a variance. It's a very high bar and difficult to achieve. The definition of forest in the urban area includes tree canopy, shrubs, plants, and the defined forest that's already in the Forest Conservation Act, in addition to several mapped natural resource layers. We're concerned that these changes make the presence of forest, not necessarily the zoning, the most important factor in the density and the type and form of future development. Our experience in Anne Arundel County, since the changes were made there, shows that high-density residential and industrial projects have had their building envelopes reduced, and some projects have been shelved for because of the uncertainty about the variance standard. A high-level view of the Blue Line Corridor shows there could be as much as 293 acres of priority forest within the boundary of that mapped area. We recommend a thorough evaluation of those impacts and the effect of this legislation on the remaining development capacity within priority funding areas. The technical study that was reviewed today shows that this can be a win-win. Thank you.
Thank you. Lori.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. Lori Graff, CEO of the Maryland Building Industry Association. I'm not going to repeat a lot of what's been said, and I'm going to sound a little bit like a broken record because I've been here many times talking about housing. We need more housing. We have a lot of concerns about this bill, the unintended consequences. We have seen it in Anne Arundel County. It has slowed down development, specifically on housing and affordable housing. We shouldn't be making a choice between the environment and housing. We should be able to do both, but we feel that this bill goes a little bit too far. As Mr. Ballantyne stated, it supersedes zonings, especially when you put in that variance language. Several years ago, you guys passed a bill that deals with housing elements. We have a lot of housing goals on our local level. We need to get more housing. We need to establish our land use goals, and we feel like this bill just goes a little bit too far. It will halt some projects. There's also no grandfathering language as it is written currently. So we have some concerns about what that's going to do to our housing stock, projects that are already in the pipeline, those types of things. We do have an expert here that has a little bit more experience with forest conservation. He'll be speaking as well that can kind of explain some of the differences in what we're currently doing to this. We also see this as not a no net loss bill, but it's a net gain bill. It is currently a drastic change from what we're currently doing. So with that, I would like to ask for an unfavorable report. Thank you.
I'm going to take the other two people who have signed up unfavorably, and then we'll move to questions. So Matthew Wessel and Angelica Bailey. Here's an interesting little factoid sent to me by a friend. It's an article from Inside Climate News, and the headline is, Illinois put a stop to local government's ability to kill solar and wind projects. Will other Midwestern states follow? The state recently joined New York and California in passing such laws, eliciting both support and pushback. That should be an interesting read for Kumar Barve tonight. Okay, who would like to go first?
If you don't mind, I would. Okay. Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Matthew Wessel. I'm a landscape architect with over 20 years of experience implementing the Forest Conservation Act in Maryland, and I'm here at the request of MBIA and NAIOP. The forest technical study shows that statewide forest is stabilizing despite the population having grown 17% during the time frame studied. So this bill revises the state's goal from no net loss to net gain. To achieve this goal, the bill relies entirely on development activities regulated by the Forest Conservation Act. Other activities are either exempt or the act is not applicable. Of specific concern, this bill makes projects that can currently comply with the State Forest Conservation Act now have to obtain a variance from the law to impact priority forest, while greatly expanding the amount of forest considered priority. The unwarranted hardship standard of review makes obtaining a variance prohibitively difficult and time-consuming and opens projects up to litigation. Second, the bill goes too far by significantly increasing mitigation requirements while limiting mitigation options. My written testimony provides examples where more mitigation would be required than the overall area of the property, even before any area is set aside for development. In some instances, mitigation could be as high as 8-to-1. The bill further limits where mitigation banking can occur, who can use it, and still phases out the use of banks, saving existing forest. Mitigation banking options are already limited. If the state does not fully reinstate banking, but requires even more mitigation, the result will be more in lieu fee. Finally, this bill does not provide the flexibility it portrays to. Jurisdictions will have to have their alternative program rescinded if the jurisdiction cannot demonstrate no net loss of forest for 2 consecutive years. Only jurisdictions with consistently limited growth or limited existing forest can achieve this. There are simpler ways to meet the goals of the state without adding so much complexity and uncertainty. We would appreciate the opportunity to work towards this end, including making the definition of what we regulate match what we can measure. Thank you.
Angelica.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Angelica Bailey-Thupari for the Maryland Municipal League. First, Mr. Chair, I want to be very clear. We are in opposition, but we were told that given our alignment with MACO on this issue, and for the sake of clarity and brevity that we could speak together, I would never try to pull a fast one on you.
I didn't mean to say that.
Just want to be very clear about that. So we do echo literally everything that MACO said earlier, including our appreciation to the sponsors for their collaboration, and we hope to continue those conversations. I just want to make 2 quick additions. I want to clarify, it's our understanding that someone said earlier that we can do what we want as long as it meets or is more stringent than the FCA. Our understanding is that it has to meet or be more stringent than the FCA after this bill is adopted, which is not no net loss, it is the more difficult ratios. So that's a point of clarity. We look forward to figuring that out. I also want to point out, and this is more specific to municipalities than counties, but there would be a resulting property tax reduction when we allow more folks to enter their acreage into forest con management programs. So we appreciate the intent of that provision, but it just has to be noted for municipalities. We have very few avenues for revenue, as you've all heard me say many times. Thank you.
Questions? Okay, I've got a question for probably either Tom Ballantyne or Bob Enton and Lori Graff, I think, maybe. Okay, definitions of what a forest is. Do you want one definition for the whole state?
That might be a Matt Wessel question, Mr. Chairman.
All right, maybe it's Matt Wessel.
Short answer is yes.
Yes, the technical study defined forest as both forest stands and tree canopy, but the forest stands were limited to what they can measure, which was a minimum of 1 acre and had a width much greater than the definition in the Forest Conservation Act. The Forest Conservation Act limits or sets the minimum size of forest at 10,000 square feet or 35 feet in width. So we would be regulating what a forest is and then measuring it differently in the forest, in the technical study. I heard maybe that the technical study people would like to continue to do this and measure this in the future, so it would be helpful to compare apples to apples in the future.
Okay. We've got some questions. Delegate Healy.
Yeah, thank you. I wasn't actually going to continue to ask questions, but that is one of the issues that I identified a long time ago as finding a common definition. Alternatively, and I want to ask you about this, is to look at the Hughes study and see how they demarcate the different definitions. The testimony earlier when we had the briefing was that there are three. So if there are three different definitions, maybe we could find three different words so that we're not talking at cross purposes all the time about what is a forest and what is not a forest, depending on what you're doing. Because if you're harvesting trees, that's one thing. And if you're doing development, it may be quite another thing. And I don't even know what the third one is. So we're going to look. Do you think that that would be helpful instead of having one blanket definition across everything?
The definition that I was referring to was specifically the definition provided for the time period in the technical study measured between 2013 and 2018, which was the most
So you're referring to the bill and not to the Hughes study, I'm saying, I'm understanding.
Oh, so earlier I was saying that the Hughes study referred to forest as a minimum 1 acre, or it was 200-something feet wide. The Forest Conservation Act is much smaller, 10,000 square feet or a minimum 35 feet wide. So I was hoping that the Forest Conservation Act could match the Hughes study's definition so that what we are regulating matches what we can measure.
Yeah, I'm perfectly willing to work with everybody on this issue because I think it will clarify things enormously for the future. Thank you.
Correct, yes, thank you.
If I could interject, the other benefit of that is that what we preserve and plant would meet the definition and count towards the overall statewide goals.
Thank you.
There appear to be no further questions. Thank you, one and all. That ends the public hearing on how, oh, excuse me, it doesn't end the public information. There are two people who want to testify informationally and virtually. So the first will be Megan Reiser with Prince George's County's Park and Planning. Megan, welcome to the committee. You have 2 minutes to inform us.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. My name is Megan Reiser, and I'm a planner with the Prince George's County Planning Department. As I'm sure you are aware, 2021's House Bill 991 redefined forest banking and removed the option of establishing new banks using the preservation of existing forests for credit, even though twice the amount of existing forest is preserved in banks for the offsite credits required. Between the enactment date of House Bill 991 and now, the establishment of banks and planting credits only remain the only viable option for the establishment of new banks. While the current bill would again allow for the establishment of new preservation banks, it seeks to further restrict the banking to exclude the highest priority areas that the county seeks to protect in perpetuity. What the bill does not account for is that by taking preservation banking off the table for rural areas, landowners will seek other profitable options for use of their land, such as clearing for solar, timber harvesting, and mining. There is a major concern with how restrictive this bill will be for the establishment of new banks and the continued use of existing banks. In our county, securing offsite forest conservation credits from a bank is one of the last options in the development process prior to the issuance of permits. If banking becomes so restrictive that this will no longer be a viable option, projects would not be able to develop. Such a bill would be a significant impediment to achieving the county's general plan goals for housing and economic development. We urge the sponsors of this bill to reconsider the restrictions that will be placed on forest conservation banking and allow counties the flexibility needed to implement an effective banking program that will meet no net loss and work within the parameters established by local general plans, area, sector, and master plans, and all environmental plans such as our Green Infrastructure Plan and our Climate Action Plan. Local flexibility for forest banking is imperative for the balance of economic growth and development within designated areas while promoting environmental stewardship throughout the state. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today.
Thank you very much. And finally, Kristen, today, I hope I'm pronouncing your name correctly. You're with the Montgomery County portion of MNC PPC.
That's correct. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. I'm Kristen Taddy, and I manage the forest conservation programs for Montgomery Planning. I'd like to focus my testimony this afternoon on 3 main points. First, it's important to ensure that this bill reinstates the option for property owners to permanently protect existing forest in forest mitigation banks. After the 2021 amendment, Montgomery County quickly sold out of all existing forest bank credits and currently has no credits available. This is because the only alternative, planted forest banks, are expensive and time-consuming to establish. With fee in lieu as the only alternative, we estimate the cost of mitigation in these cases has almost doubled from an average of $33,000 per acre to over $56,000. Without the incentive to protect existing forests, many property owners are seeking alternatives, including timber harvesting and development. Protection of existing forests is necessary to achieve no net loss. As the Hughes Center technical study concludes, protection benefits forest conservation and leads to forest expansion. And we should use every tool at our disposal, including preserving existing trees, to maintain a stable baseline forest canopy. Second, the proposed additions to the variance section could be applied to all existing forests. Requiring a variance anytime forest is impacted would simply be untenable for review staff and could have a chilling effect on development. Without specific direction from the state, local jurisdictions will have a difficult time making the determinations required of this section, such as if the forest is suitable for interior dwelling species. Finally, it's unclear how alternative programs would be evaluated for the baseline level of forest and achieving no net loss. The bill should make it clear that report data provided yearly to DNR, which includes acres planted, cleared, and protected by projects subject to the law, will be used to make these assessments. If an alternative program is not achieving no net loss of forest, DNR can rescind the program during the lowest local jurisdiction's biennial review. Thank you, and I appreciate the opportunity to testify.
Thank you. We've got at least one question for the informational witnesses. Delegate Long.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question is very brief for Megan Reiser. I'm just wondering, I was looking through testimony and I see that the county executive for Montgomery County was submitted for favor with amendments. I'm just wondering, I know that the county executives are not really involved with planning or development in that particular respect. Just wondering, though, if the county council for Prince George's or anybody from your recollection and conversations had any position referencing this. I'm not sure if you would know.
Sure. Andrea Crooms testified on behalf of the county as well today, favorable with amendments.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Here we go. There we go.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the informational witnesses, you know, I hear what you're saying about both of you were saying that there should be the opportunity for forest mitigation banking to allow preservation of existing forests without the type of criteria that are in the proposed bill. But hopefully you understand the rationale behind those criteria and that you want to preserve forests in areas that, in particular areas that are more selectively chosen. Do you have any suggested compromise between what seems to be your recommendation that we allow forest mitigation banks to be used in the way prior to, I guess, 2021 and what the bill is proposing?
I'll just say briefly, I think that the bill addresses our concerns in Montgomery County with forest mitigation bankings and allowing retention banks. I believe we can work within those parameters, but I think Prince George's County may have additional concerns. So Megan, if you want to address that, I'll let you speak.
Sure. So I think the concerns in Prince George's County, as far as the establishing banks for preservation of existing forests, is that it seems to focus on the more urban and suburban areas where the larger tracts of ecologically significant forests are in our rural areas. And so I think we're just looking for the flexibility in our program to allow the preservation of all of the forest and not be restricted to certain areas for every aspect of the banking program.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. That ends the public hearing on House Bill 723. Let's proceed then to House Bill 530, right? Yeah, 530. Okay. Delegate Kerr, welcome to the committee.
Thank you. Today's March 1st, which is National Compliment Day.
Oh, is it really?
It is. So let me begin, Mr. Chairman, by saying you look very distinguished and handsome this afternoon.
Thank you so much. No, I'll take all the sucking up that comes my way. Thank you, Delegate.
You're welcome.
Move favorable. No.
I'll just go ahead and get started as my panel makes their way up. Delegate Ken Kerr from Frederick County, here today with HB 530 Natural Resources, Forest Mitigation, Banks, and Forest Conservation Fund alterations. I'm bringing this bill back again this year. This committee did a lot of work on it last year, and we got very close to a resolution, but unfortunately, I think the 90 days ran out before we could hammer out all of the issues. But I brought it back at the request of my county executive, Jessica Fitzwater, who's with us today, and this bill makes two changes to strengthen the Forest Conservation Fund. First, it removes the requirement that the conservation of an existing forest had to have been approved on or before December 31st, 2020. And second, it extends the deadline for the use of qualified conservation. Under the current law, qualified conservation ends June 30th, 2024. And this bill, as drafted, will allow for additional time for the Department of Natural Resources to accomplish the reforestation and afforestation for which funds are deposited in the State Conservation Fund. The bill also extends the time frame so that unused funds may be used for 3 additional years before they must be returned. So our witnesses from Frederick will provide additional detail and answer any questions, which I hope will lead this year to a favorable report. Thank you.
Okay, first we will turn to the county executive. Welcome to the Environment and Transportation Committee. Jessica, you have 4 minutes.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Delegate Kerr, for having us here on your panel and for sponsoring the bill. And good afternoon. Thank you, Chairman Barve and members of the Environment and Transportation Committee for the opportunity to speak in favor of this bill, HB 530, and also want to recognize Delegate Siliberti from our delegation as one of your committee members. Good. So for the record, I am Jessica Fitzwater, Frederick County Executive, and I also do want to thank the sponsors of the previous bill. We are working with them on having our provisions incorporated into HB 723, along with also working this bill. This bill is a priority for Frederick County government and was introduced, as Delegate Kerr said, by our request to help ensure that local governments can fully utilize the state's forest conservation policies. We're very proud to have a very strong forest resource ordinance in Frederick County, and during my time as a county council member, I worked with stakeholders across the county to strengthen even further our local forest conservation ordinance to include policies that ensure a no net loss of forest cover and to prioritize the protection of our retention areas. The minor changes that we're proposing in this bill will not reduce the impact of our strong conservation policies that we have, but rather restore the ability of local jurisdictions to further preserve existing forests and provide a more viable timeline for reforestation and afforestation projects. Of note, this bill, as was mentioned, extends the time frame for local jurisdictions to use forest conservation funds, and this came to us really from some of our smaller municipalities, like Emmitsburg, that's in the northern part of the county, that really want to be able to utilize these funds, but it's hard for our smaller municipalities. Sometimes they just need more time to accrue sufficient funds to plan and to execute the qualifying projects, and so the extension of the the amount of time that you have for the projects will go a long way for the county and for some of our smaller municipalities. We are aware of some concerns over the 2020 deadline for forest banking, and we're open to discussions with stakeholders and potential amendments to continue to find that balance between economic growth and conservation efforts. So here with us today are our wonderful county staff, Mike Wilkins, who you already met, from the Division of Planning and Permitting, and also Dawn Oshbacher from the Division of Energy and Environment, to share more about how this bill can continue to improve our county's efforts on conservation, planning, and sustainability efforts. So thank you again for your consideration of HB 530. And of course, thank you to Delegate Kerr for sponsoring and introducing this important legislation. And I urge the committee to give a favorable report.
Thank you, Madam Executive. Michael Wilkins, welcome back again.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good to be back, and thank you, County Executive Fitzwater. As a director, for the record, my name is Mike Wilkins. I'm the director of Frederick County's Department of Development Review and Planning, and I obviously request a favorable report on HB 530. In my role, I manage Frederick County's forest banking program. I work closely with our stakeholders who are impacted by state and local forest conservation policies. And as County Executive Fitzwater said, we are very proud of the strong conservation policies that Frederick County has enacted, and we come to this body with changes proposed in HB 530 to help local governments throughout Maryland make the most of our forest conservation programs. The bill makes two key changes to the existing law. First, by removing the approval deadline of December 31st, 2020, counties and municipalities will be able to continue to save existing forest and priority conservation areas through the forest banking programs. Since the adoption of the 2021 law, Frederick County, like most others, have had to reject proposals to permanently preserve forest in many hydrologically sensitive areas. And removing the ability to place existing forest into the program also discourages entry into the program. Many applicants use the sale of existing forest credits to finance the planting and maintenance of new forests on their properties. The second key change would extend the time frame that local jurisdictions have to use forest conservation funds from 2 years to 5 years, and that's to provide sufficient time to effectively use these funds for planting projects. There is a lot of work that goes into finding sites, negotiating easements, hiring contractors, and so on, and sometimes 2 years just isn't enough to accomplish that. These changes will help Frederick County and our municipalities by providing tools and flexibilities for our forest conservation projects. It'll benefit key stakeholders, including farmers and landowners, by prioritizing the need to protect sensitive areas. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you very much. Next, let's turn to Dawn Oshbacher, who I assume is you.
You are correct. Thank you, Chair, committee members, Delegate Kerr, County Executive Fitzwater. My name is Dawn Ashbacker. I am the Climate and Energy Manager in the Division of Energy Environment for Frederick County, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak here on behalf of HB 530. There are several reasons why we support this bill. One is that in 2020, a study showed that forests in Frederick County draw down 18% of countywide greenhouse gas emissions. So our ability to extend the use of existing fees helps us to do additional afforestation and protection. Another reason we support HB 530 is that the Forest Conservation Act programs contribute to protecting local water quality and the Chesapeake Bay. We have performed studies using our local stream survey data that confirm forested land use is the best predictor of water quality and biodiversity in streams. We have targeted Forest Conservation Act funds in sensitive watersheds. For example, these funds were used in the Linganore watershed surrounding Lake Linganore, which has a drinking water intake for the city of Frederick, and forest protection and afforestation in this area has enabled us to reduce sedimentation to the lake, which was recently dredged. So thank you for considering this bill, and I also urge a favorable report.
Okay, thank you very much. Testifying virtually is our friend Colby Ferguson with the Farm Bureau. Colby, and there he is. Welcome back to the committee. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Barbay and members of the committee. Colby Ferguson on behalf of Maryland Farm Bureau, and we are in support of House Bill 530. I feel like this is Groundhog Day. This is the third year we've come back trying to address this problem. And it was 2 years ago, House Bill 991, put in by our good friend Delegate Gilchrist, was to address this, and it at the very last minute turned into the Tree Solutions Now Act, and unfortunately got half of the problem right, but missed one major component is what we are here to support, and that is to address the projects that were shut down in mid process, that had the applications that were already submitted prior to December 31 of 2020. However, were stopped by the counties because of an Attorney General's decision that was made mid part of 2020, and never got completed because of that shutdown. And then when we passed the law in the spring of 2021, those projects were not included in that. So basically, our main focus for this bill is to bring those projects that are almost all done, just need the final I's dotted and T's crossed to make those viable banking options. And so we've got several farmers. I think you have one in that's going to testify hopefully here shortly that has this problem, and they've got thousands, tens of thousands of dollars built into getting these banks approved and get them ready, and they're literally waiting for us to allow them. So with that, I'd ask for a favorable report on House Bill 530.
Okay, and we have one more person who's signed up in favor. Let's hear from him, and then we'll go to questions. William Willard. Oh, there you are. You're the next contestant. Come right on down. Mr. Willard, welcome to the committee. You have 2 minutes, sir.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I'm Billy Willard. My home's in Poolesville, Maryland. I'm here to represent our family farm today. We also have a farm supply business located in the city of Frederick, where we serve Maryland farmers with crop inputs. And I'll be quick. I'm just going to echo what Colby said. We are one of those property owners that got caught in the tunnel. We expended close to $40,000 after parking planning kind of gave us the verbal go-ahead and handshake and got right to the finish line, and then the Attorney General made that ruling and shut it down. So I am here to support this bill, and hopefully we can get our project approved and some credits in Montgomery County. Thank you.
Okay, questions. We have a question from Delegate Ruth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Delegate, and welcome, Madam Executive. We're really, honored to have you here, and I definitely appreciate the complexity of this problem and the need to move forward. I'm looking at the bill text itself, and you've spoken about it, and I'm trying to understand exactly what it does. You are removing the honor before for the retention banking. You're removing honor before December 31st, 2020 from the definition of qualified conservation, where it says has been approved, and then it's adding qualified project for which an application was submitted or approved on or before December 31st, 2020. Is that essentially the same, except that it's picking up a little more projects, the ones that were submitted but not approved? I'm just a little confused by the way the text is.
So yes, that's the intention. Basically, as Mr. Ferguson said, those projects that kind of got missed when the Tree Solutions Now Act kind of moved forward. And then I'll turn it over to Mike if he has anything additional to add.
Yeah, sure. So, on the one hand, we are suggesting that the date be removed that cut off the point at which new forest banks can be approved. The item HH is a new definition of qualified project that would allow projects that were approved prior to 2020 to utilize those forest banking credits. As County Executive Fitzwater noted in her testimony, we are open to discussing that provision.
I'm sorry, I feel really stupid because I still don't understand. You're saying you cut off the date, but then it seems like you put it back, and I'm sorry, I'm not understanding.
Oh, no, absolutely. For someone who doesn't do this every day, it is completely understandable. So the date, we're removing the date, which was the date by which a forest banking application, so like the application Mr. Willard was moving forward with, had to be approved. And in the Tree Solutions Now Act, it said if it wasn't stamped approved by December of 2020, you couldn't move forward.
Okay.
So the change under Section 1 would take care of that situation. Item HH was added at the end of the discussions last year. And what that would do is define a qualified project. So a qualified project would be a development application. And that provision is basically saying that a development application that was approved prior to 2020 could utilize those forest banking credits.
I understand. So you're putting the date on the development side, not on the application for the bank itself.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you so much for clarifying that. And one more question. I know it's a long day, and so you're extending the date to essentially use the funds from 2 years to 5 years. And at the end, the way it's currently is at the end of 2 years, if those funds are not used, they go back to the person who paid the funds in. Am I understanding that right?
Yes. Frederick County has been fortunate. We've only had a few requests in the past 20 years to have fee and lieu monies returned. And in working with our Department of Natural Resources on those two situations, they supported us and our request that before we gave that fee and lieu payment back, that the person who owed the mitigation would still have to provide the county some form of replacement mitigation. So if someone paid fee and lieu, they want that back. We say, well, if you want to purchase an equivalent amount of banking credits, then we can kind of do the swap. But it is, a difficult provision. It could be challenged. And it'd be unfortunate if we were saving money towards a large planting project only to have a large sum removed from us after lots of planning and land acquisition and so on.
So potentially that money could just be lost and there would be no environmental impact, no environmental benefit there.
Correct, potentially, yes.
Thank you so much.
Any other questions for the supporters of this bill? Seeing none, thank you so much. We will now go to the opponents, Tom Ballantyne and Lori Graff.
Mr. Chair, members of the committee, Tom Ballantyne on behalf of NIOP Maryland. We are here in opposition to the bill, although I've gone back and forth during the course of the day after talking to the bill sponsor and to the staff, support with amendment or oppose. There's a good amount of confusion, I'd say. Maybe it's just on our part, but we're here to try and clarify it. The qualified project on line 25 of page 2 is a development project. That's the customer for the forest bank. This bill allows the forest banks to continue their application and approval, but it prevents anyone drawing from the forest bank, drawing credits from the forest bank, unless their project was approved before December 31st, 2020. Our position on the use of retention banks has been consistent with the farmers and pretty consistent with Montgomery and Prince George's County and what you heard today. But we don't think that this bill advances those goals. And without an amendment to try and clarify its further use, I think we still have concerns.
Okay, Lori.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. Lori Graff, once again, with the Maryland Building Industry Association. And Tom and I have been going back and forth about this all day. So we're trying to get our head around it. It is a complicating issue. To Delegate Ruth's point, it's confusing, it's complicating. Our concerns deal with the qualified project, as well as the date of December 31st, 2020. Under HB 991, development projects submitted and approved today can meet their mitigation requirements by purchasing credit from a mitigation bank that saves existing forests if it is available. As of today, there are 800 acres of credits available in Prince George's County. I'm just using an example. Under this bill, new banks can be created, but you can only purchase the credit if the project was submitted before December 31st, 2020. So we just have some concerns. We're trying to figure out exactly the impact of this bill, as Mr. Ballantyne mentioned. We also, as you know, have to sign up 2 days in advance in the House. So it is challenging to try to exactly get our position, but I think there is room to work. I think we share the goals of Frederick County as well as a lot of the other counties on mitigation banking. It does preserve forests, and we want to continue to use it as a tool, but we have concerns about this particular legislation. So thank you.
Okay, we have a question from Delegate Terrazza.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So my understanding of what the bill does, based on Delegate Ruth's questions, is it continues to have a cutoff for the program, but it just changes it from the supply side to whichever it is, whether it cuts off the bank. It doesn't cut off the bank side, it cuts it off at the development side so they can grandfather more in. But what it sounds to me like you're saying is you just want to lift what we did as a policy, which was basically cut off the program at some point. Like you want to continue with the program that we put a deadline on. You want it to
The mitigation
instead.
banking program.
Yeah.
Yes.
But
Yes,
that was
that
the
is correct.
policy decision of this committee, was to cut it off at some point. And Delegate Kerr's bill would just extend that so that there weren't projects caught in the pipeline.
But those projects may or may not have customers if you pass this bill.
I don't understand that.
A development project cannot purchase credits from those banks that you're going to allow to complete their application and certification unless they were approved before December 31st, 2020. So this cuts off the supply of the demand for credits. You're allowing those banks to move forward,
Right,
but cutting off their supply of customers and the demand for credits.
right. Basically saying there's going to be whatever supply is left and whatever projects are in the works can take advantage of that so that there's not projects that get stuck out there.
And our way of thinking is very similar to what you heard from Montgomery and Prince George's County today. The Forest Conservation Act has a provision in it that requires redevelopment projects that have no forest to plant forest. And sometimes the best way to deal with that is to put it into a larger block of forest that's managed under a conservation easement and a bank. And we think it's a good piece of the policy tools that you have. And I think that was borne out by some of the statements in the Hughes study.
Okay, so you want to just continue the program. This bill is just changing deadlines, but you want to actually change that entirely and reinstate the program.
Well, yes, but I
Okay.
think it's unfair to the bankers. I mean, I don't think do they know what the pipeline of credit demand is, given the cutoff
I think this
and
is
the date?
extending the time for that to be used, so.
It's extending the time for them to get their project, their conservation, their forest bank approved and certified, but it's limiting the pool of eligible buyers.
Isn't it extending the time for the eligible buyers?
It's saying that the qualified project in HH is a development. It's a development that needs credits.
Right.
And that is a project that was approved before December 31st, 2020. So there are no new buyers coming into the market. It's old pipeline projects that were approved during the 2020 and before.
Okay. I think I may be just saying this in a backwards way, but my understanding of the bill is it's just trying to match the supply and the demand that's left over. But I think you already said you want to continue the program anyway, which is your right to testify in favor. I'm just trying to clarify. Okay. Thank you.
There appear to be no further questions, so that ends the public hearing on House Bill 530. We're now going to go to House Bill 848, Delegate Rose. I understand you have a video that is under 4 minutes in length.
Yes, very brief. I know you've had a very long day.
And getting longer.
For the record, Delegate April Rose from
Hey,
District
settle
5.
down, everybody, settle down. Go ahead.
For the record, Delegate April Rose, District 5, Carroll County. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, and wonderful members of this committee. It's great to be here. I'm here today to present House Bill 848, our innovative potable reuse pilot program establishment. Westminster is on the forefront of indirect potable water reuse in Maryland. This technology has the potential to stop discharge into our waterways, recycle water, and ensure safe water is available when there are shortages or during periods of drought. This was a collaboration of the Maryland Department of the Environment, the City of Westminster, and University of Maryland's now completed pilot program. So we need to now clarify this in law as we move forward. There are sponsor amendments that are the result of the City of Westminster working in collaboration with MDA and other agencies to correctly define the parameters for permitting and regulating this new program. The cross-file in the Senate has already passed out of committee and is on its way for a floor vote, so I respectfully request a favorable report, and there is a very brief video that I will play now. Is there sound?
Maybe pause. We don't have sound.
And here comes Quinn, fix the sound. I'm sorry. We can put the backup plan. We'll skip it. Sorry. I'll now turn the mic over to our wonderful mayor from Westminster.
Okay, Mayor.
All right, thank you. Good afternoon, Chairman Barve and committee members. My name is Dr. Mona Becker, Mayor of the City of Westminster, and I'm here today on behalf of the Westminster Common Council to urge your support for House Bill 848. I'd also like to thank Delegate April Rose for sponsoring this important legislation. In 2001-2002, Carroll County and most of Maryland experienced extreme drought conditions which severely reduced the water available to the 38,000 customers on the City of Westminster's water distribution system. These conditions made it clear that we can no longer rely on natural rainwater to recharge our system. Instead, the city must find a water source that is both permanent and city-owned and operated. Our solution is Pure Water Westminster, which is an indirect potable water reuse project that the city has been designing and piloting for the last 3 years. The water purification process for this indirect potable reuse project involves 3 steps: nanomembrane filtration, reverse osmosis, and advanced oxidation with ultraviolet light. The purified water from the water reuse facility will be stored in the Cranberry Reservoir, blended with the reservoir's natural water, and treated again through the Cranberry Surface Water Plant. This type of project exists in other states throughout the country, but will be the first indirect potable water reuse project in the state of Maryland. The city has received support and funding for construction of this facility from Senator Van Hollen, Senator Cardin, Congressman Raskin, and Congressman Rupesberger, as well as the Carroll County Board of Commissioners. I'm an environmental scientist and educator. What you did not actually see in the video was I also drank the water that came from the water reuse system. The technology outlined in HB 848 is innovative yet tested and safe. Indirect potable water reuse can offer Westminster a water source that is city-owned, permanent, and drought-resistant. I urge a favorable ruling on House Bill 848. Thank you very much.
So you're literally taking the water, the sewage water, and purifying it?
Yes.
Wow. I loves me some new technology. Who's next?
And it is drinkable.
Good evening, Chair Barve, Vice Chair Stein, members of the ENT Committee. I am Les Knapp, Senior Local Advisor at the Maryland Department of the Environment, testifying in support of House Bill 848 with the amendments being offered by the sponsor. I believe it's been about 3 years since I last testified before you. I am happy to be back. I want to offer 3 points in support of this bill. Point 1, water reuse is needed in Maryland, and that need is only going to grow. Maryland has traditionally been a water-rich state, but that abundance is coming to an end. Some communities, like the city of Westminster, have had to deal with water challenges for decades. Other communities are now facing lower water tables, requiring deeper wells to continue water access. Saltwater intrusion poses risk to some eastern shore aquifers, and climate change is disrupting our traditional aquifer recharge rates. In short, water reuse is a vital component in keeping Maryland resilient and sustainable. Point 2, Maryland has lagged behind many other states in implementing water reuse, and this pilot can provide valuable information about how we can catch up and move forward. Point 3, this pilot program is about how to permit water reuse facilities in this state. It is not about testing the actual processes used to treat the reclaimed water. As noted, those processes have previously been established and proven safe and effective in California and other Western states. The technology used in the pilot program to treat the reclaimed water is not new, only its use in Maryland is. In conclusion, this bill will help ensure that clean water remains available to all Marylanders as we respond to climate change and Maryland's changing waterscape. Accordingly, we request a favorable with amendments report on HB 848. Thank you.
Okay, next we have a virtual witness, Amy Sepcota. Amy, are you with us? You're with us.
Yes,
Welcome
I
to the
am.
committee. You
Yeah.
have 2 minutes.
Great. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm delighted to be here today and would like to thank the committee for allowing me time to speak. My name is Dr. Amy Sepcota. I am a professor of environmental health sciences at the University of Maryland School of Public Health. I'm also the interim director of the Maryland Institute for Applied Environmental Health and the director of the Conserve Center of Excellence, which focuses on research, extension, and education relating to agricultural and municipal water reuse. I received my master's in public health from the Yale School of Public Health and my PhD from the Johns Hopkins Bloomberg School of Public Health Center for Water and Health. I'm here today to testify in support of House Bill 848, which proposes to establish the Innovative Potable Reuse Pilot Program in the Maryland Department of the Environment. This past year, my research team at the University of Maryland collaborated with the City of Westminster and Watech Engineering Corporation to evaluate the effectiveness of a pilot advanced membrane-based treatment train in removing microbiological and chemical constituents from secondary treated wastewater. My team completed extensive testing of water samples collected throughout the treatment train, and the final purified water met or surpassed all EPA primary and secondary maximum contaminant levels for drinking water. The high quality of this purified water makes it suitable for use in an indirect potable reuse application. In fact, the quality of this water surpasses the water quality of typical surface water sources, such as rivers, that are routinely used as source waters for drinking water treatment plants. In summary, I fully support House Bill 848 and request a favorable report from the committee. This bill will enable the Maryland Department of the Environment to appropriately regulate indirect potable reuse in the state of Maryland. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Let's turn to Ben Movahead, I believe. Okay, Ben, there you are. Welcome. You have 2 minutes, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman and the committee members for this opportunity. Good afternoon. My name is Ben Movahead. I'm president of Watech Engineering Corporation. I have a master's degree in environmental engineering from University of Maryland and have over 35 years of experience in water treatment design and operation. I'm pleased to testify in support of House Bill 848 for drinking water innovative potable reuse pilot program establishment. We assisted the City of Westminster with performing a series of bench and pilot scale investigations to verify effectiveness of membrane-based advanced treatment technologies for purification of the current city's secondary and soon-to-be tertiary treated wastewater. Based on extensive testing and piloting that was conducted last year, the purified water was proven to meet and surpass all EPA primary and secondary drinking water standards prior to discharge to the Cranberry Reservoir. This purified water will augment the drinking water source of the current membrane-based drinking water treatment plant for City of Westminster. The project consisted of 5 advanced treatment technologies: ultrafiltration, reverse osmosis, advanced oxidation, ultraviolet disinfection, and granule activated carbon. These types of advanced treatment projects meet all criteria for indirect potable reuse applications, provide the necessary public health protection, and address the water supply shortages as a sustainable water source of water. We look forward to a favorable vote on this very important House Bill 848. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Let's turn now to the final 2 witnesses in support, Daniel Hoff and Sarah Imholz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm Councilman Dan Hoff, and I'm going to be brief. I don't want to belabor things. I think there are 3 main points to remember here. One, this is proven technology. While we will be the first water reuse project of this kind in the state of Maryland, this technology is already being successfully used throughout the country. And we have been working with MDE for years on this project. 2, this is a really exciting project for the City of Westminster as well as the state of Maryland. We have strong support from our federal partners. We have received a $2.945 million federal earmark towards the construction of our water reuse facility, which this bill will enable to happen. 3, this bill is critical to Westminster's future, and I would even argue Maryland's future. While Westminster might be paving the way here, I'm sure once we get our project up and running, other municipalities and water systems throughout the state will eventually follow our lead. Water scarcity is an issue that is not going away, and this is a great step forward in adapting to that reality. And finally, thank you to MDE and Delegate Rose for their partnership with this bill. And thank you, members of this committee, for hearing us out this afternoon.
Okay, Sarah Imholz?
She is not going to be able to testify.
Okay, so we've got 2 questions. Delegate Foley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Delegate, for bringing this bill. I think this is a very innovative idea in terms of, trying to find other ways to get water. I have questions, just they're more or less logistical questions for Mayor Becker, which is, so as I understand it, the city of Westminster, sorry. The city of, that's a different state. The city of Westminster gets its water now from wells, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am. So it's a mixed reservoir, which is rain-fed, and then wells within the city limits.
Right, so this would be a supplement to that? You would continue to draw from the wells and the reservoir, but this would supplement, this purification of the potable water would supplement that?
Yes, that is correct. The water from the Pure Water Westminster project would be piped to our Cranberry Reservoir, which is currently rain-fed.
Right.
And then mixed with the reservoir system and then treated at our drinking water facility. But we would still utilize wells in our aquifer.
Okay, and in terms of your sewage system now, is that like septic tanks or, do you have
No, we have a full capacity wastewater treatment plant within the city limits. It's currently on the end of finishing its ENR upgrade. And then we're hopeful, as soon as that is done, we'll break ground on the Pure Water project.
Okay, and does that water, after it's treated, feed into the reservoir that you have now? Or?
No, currently the effluent from the wastewater treatment plant is released into the Little Pipe Creek, which runs behind it, mixes with the surface water, it eventually makes to the groundwater, and eventually into wells and aquifers.
Okay, thank you. I was just trying to understand what the system that you have is.
Yep.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Delegate, for bringing the bill, and welcome, Madam Mayor. My son actually went to McDaniel College, so, so I'm trying to wrap my head around this, and it's definitely an interesting idea. And so my question, I guess, is for Mr. Knapp. And so when the water is processed, there aren't, the nutrients are removed, it's not going to have any impact on the TMDL, is that?
That is correct. Basically, once this water comes out of being treated from the wastewater treatment plant, it will go into the new treatment facility where it's essentially purified back to drinking water standards. It is then put into the reservoir, mixes, taken up by the drinking water plant, treated a second time back to drinking water standards, and then will go back to the citizens of Westminster.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Delegate, for bringing this bill. I really like, this technology is awesome. It's very exciting stuff. My question really is around scalability. I know, at least from, when I learned about it in college, reverse osmosis is great for these purposes, but it's very energy intensive. Is there like an upper limit for, is this good? Basically, my question is this good for municipalities only, or could this be expanded to a certain point, or is it best at the municipality size level? That makes sense. I know my question was all over the place.
Go ahead.
Right, so it's definitely usable at the municipality level. I'm trying to think. Loudoun County in Virginia has a very similar setup. So
that's a pretty big.
And they're pretty big.
County.
So I would think, and it's used in right now. It's very popular in Florida. It's utilized in the American Southwest. It's utilized as well in places that are much larger than Westminster. So
awesome.
I would say our scale is actually scaling it down.
Fair enough. Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, that appears to be the last question. Thank you so much, all of you. Very, very, very interesting technology. So that ends the public hearing on House Bill 848. Let's go to House Bill 851. Is Delegate Wilkins with us? I don't see her. But Delegate Grammer is here, so let's go to House Bill 924.
I got lucky.
Yeah, you did.
If it's okay, I think all my panelists are remote, Mr. Chair.
Okay, it seems that way.
All right, well, I'll start and we'll go from there then. Thank you, Mr. Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the committee. For the record, Delegate Robin Grammer to present House Bill 924. Broadly, House Bill 924 puts in place oversight at the state's largest wastewater treatment plants. I want to start with a brief history of the problems experienced by the communities in proximity to the Back River wastewater treatment plant in my district. For decades, the communities of Baltimore County have lived with a persistent intrusion of abnormally high levels of midges. In the spring of 2021, the midge problem exploded to epic proportions. Although an individual midge is imperceivable to the eye, for the first time in my life, you could broadly look up over Essex and see clouds of midges blowing in the wind. They covered everything for miles. Several months later, we started to notice additional problems. The effluent releases from the wastewater treatment plant were increasingly irregular, and reports of infections of those shortly after being exposed to the area waters became common. We started to hear reports from parties privy to the operation of the plant about failures within the plant of significant magnitude. The effluent data, the reports of infections, and the stories from inside the plant got worse and worse. It was at that point that Blue Water Baltimore found permit violations, and it was at that point that the Department of the Environment found that the Department of the Environment knew about the significant problems within the plant. By the time that the Maryland Environmental Service was sent back to the Back River wastewater treatment plant in 2022, the stories of what was not functioning were frankly hard to believe. Although we did not pass legislation in regard to this issue last year, we did add language to the budget which required full disclosure. We received a 239-page report outlining operational failures. 9 of the 11 settling tanks had failed, and MES warned of an impending failure of the plant itself. This bill is drafted to provide limited oversight so this never happens again. At the state's largest wastewater treatment plants, House Bill 924 requires several things. It requires the monitoring of effluent release. It requires the evaluation of the release on midge populations. It places an inspector at the site of a plant that has violated its permit, failed to maintain operation, or failed to submit a capacity plan. It requires inspectors to remain for a period after a violation. It requires regular public updates for plants working to come into compliance. It requires the Department of the Environment to suggest new pollution control technologies, and it offers a tax credit to property owners impacted by midges. The final thing that it does is it sets statutory limits for the release of phosphorus and nitrogen on a per annum basis and limits bacteria on a daily basis. With the failures at the wastewater treatment plant, we have the biggest environmental calamity in the state, a massive infraction on property rights, and a growing public health concern. When are we going to be ready to talk about clean water? The Clean Water Act has been in place for 51 years. When can I look at the people of District 6 and tell them it's safe to go back in the water? The committee is well aware of the contaminants of emerging concern that we don't remediate or even monitor. I could take this bill one step further and talk about estrogen, which is a massive impact to the bay, and we don't look at that at all. I'd like to close, because I know I'm on limited time here, addressing two concerns. We've worked with the Department of the Environment, which has expressed some suggestions to the bill. I believe I've been working with Gabby, and I think that we're going to work those all out. I think those are technical challenges, and they're working on language to fix that. The second were concerns from the administration, the Baltimore City administration, which defined the requirements in the bill as cutting edge. I will note to the committee 91601-0 of the Environment article actually defines enhanced nutrient removal, which is the statutory limits required in this bill. So not only is what we're asking for in statute, it's actually paid for. Taxpayers have paid for that, and that's what we're asking for here in this bill. With that, I'd ask for a favorable.
Thank you very much, Delegate. First virtual witness, Timothy Stadler. Is Mr. Stadler here?
Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
Great.
Yes, here. Right here. Okay.
Welcome.
Yes, thank you. I would like to offer my support for this bill as I believe there needs to be more oversight and accountability at wastewater treatment plants. I have wanted to live on the waterfront since I was a little kid, and I worked very hard to be able to live along Back River. I have always considered my area to be a beautiful and peaceful place to live. However, the events that occurred at Back River Treatment Plant over the last year have really changed that. The midge problem that is directly related to the discharge from the plant causes a major nuisance at my house every summer. There are thousands of them at the front and rear door to our house. We have even learned to keep our mouths closed when going in and out of the house so we don't inhale any of them. Because of the midges, we also have limited times where we can invite people over to our house for outdoor events. It just becomes intolerable to sit on a rear deck when it's covered with midges. I know that the water quality has changed as well, as I have participated in water quality testing right from my peer that shows levels that are well beyond what is acceptable. My most recent test showed the Enterococcus bacterial levels to be 2,419 per 100 milliliters. The state has said that anything over 130 carries a higher risk of getting sick from waterborne pathogens. Again, my latest test was 2,419. We no longer swim in a river. We're even reluctant to use our kayaks and paddle boards for fear of having prolonged contact with the water. This is not how I imagine living along the waterfront to be. I would like to see the distance requirement for a tax credit change from 1 mile to a larger radius. I'm approximately 4 miles from a treatment plant, and I have the same issues as those who live within the mile. I'm afraid to come in contact with the water several feet from my back door, and I feel the incredible nuisance that is the midges all summer long. As I stated before, my test numbers prove that the pollution doesn't just stop a mile from the plant. Our environment deserves better, and our community deserves better. This is an embarrassment, and it's something that's totally avoidable if the correct procedures are put in place. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Desiree Griever. Okay. Now, Ms. Griever. Okay, why don't we move on? Keith Taylor. Oh, there you are, Desiree, okay. Unfortunately, we cannot, oh, you're connecting to audio, okay, great. You're on mute now.
I've got it.
Great.
Thank you. Sorry about that. Yes, thank you, Chair and committee members. My name is Desiree Griever. I am the project manager for the Back River Restoration Committee. Just to give a little background of BRs.
No, go ahead. You're on mute.
There was a lag. It was repeating my video, so I thought that there was an issue. BRC was formed in 2009, and since then we've removed over 7 million pounds of trash and debris from Back River and its watershed through community cleanups and the operation of our trash boom. With that being said, cleaning up the trash is one thing, but when the bacteria levels are this high, it's almost like, what's the purpose? I'm in support of this bill because of the continued mismanagement of both the Patapsco and Back River wastewater treatment plants. Almost 2 years after Blue Water Baltimore discovered the high bacteria levels outside both plants, the Back River plant itself and Patapsco are still out of compliance. Our community, the bay, and the wildlife in and around both Back River and the Patapsco watersheds need continued oversight. They need accountability. They need transparency. The inspection reports often detail the same violations and issues each inspection. There seems to be no consequences, no accountability, no sense of urgency in getting these plants back into full compliance. Bacteria monitoring now is reported on a monthly average. That does nothing for the community when there's a day where there's a high bacteria level. Nobody knows. So we need to go to daily monitoring and daily reporting so that the community knows when it's a danger to come in contact with the water.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Actually, we're going to jump back to an in-person witness, Blair Baltus.
I'll be brief with it being so late, but Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, my name is Blair Baltus, President of the Baltimore County Watermen's Association. We're all stewards of our Chesapeake Bay. What is going on is unacceptable. Any measures that can be put in place to help the health of the bay, the health of the public, the community, businesses, and the seafood industry should be welcome and used. Nitrogen and phosphorus are a major contributing factor to fueling algae blooms, causing fish kills and dead zones in the bay. Limits need to be set. With continued building going on at the rate it is in Baltimore County, the more stress is put on these plants with more people moving into the watershed. The citizens of Maryland deserve better than what is going on. I hope you view House Bill 924 favorably.
Thank you very much. Let's go to Keith Taylor, who is a virtual witness. Keith, are you with us?
Yes, sir. I am. Good evening.
Terrific. Welcome, and you have 2 minutes.
Thank you, sir. My name is Keith Taylor. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to discuss and testify on the discharges of excretion and effluent from the Back River wastewater treatment plant. I've lived on Back River all my life. I've seen the life of the river slowly die. No crabs, fish with lesions and sores. The midget population has increased to the point you can't sit outside anymore during the day or night. The thousands of insects die per day and accumulate on chairs, trucks, everywhere. I have a 3-ring binder 4 inches thick on the river. I've called the MDE, EPA, and Back River treatment plant. I've had several videos of the excretion floating around the dark chocolate muck in some mornings that smell. I do not allow my dog to swim in the river anymore. He received an ear infection. I believe he can't hear out of his right ear. He could not eat. I don't get into the water any longer myself. If I do, I wear a waterproof bib, fishing bib. I do not allow my grandkids to get in either. All the crabs have gone due to the heavy sediment, low visibility, killing the grass. The river is worse than the F River. All the fees we pay to clean the stormwater is wasted. The plant just put 600 million or so working to reduce the nitrogen and phosphorus. I feel that the sediment from runoff is causing a lot of the damage. 2 inches of visibility. I tried to sell my home last year, but several buyers backed out due to the property being located on Back River. The problem is you can't get into the water to boat, jet ski, or just lounge on an inner tube. The property value has declined. Taxes have gone up. We pay fees, and every time we have a storm, I move everything, move up from the Chesapeake. I move everything out of the basement. Please, it's our God-given right to have clean air and clean water. I talked to the gentleman, the plant gentleman at Back River. This was 2 years ago, and I'm talking about the state discharge permit 15-DP-0581, NPDES Maryland 0021555. I had the permit sent to my house November 4th, 2021.
Thank you very much. If you could, oh, thank you. Okay, let's listen now to David Baumgartner. David, are you with us? Yep, he's there someplace. There we go.
Hello, can you see me?
Yes, we can hear you too. Welcome to the committee. You have 2 minutes.
Good afternoon, committee chair, committee members. I appreciate the opportunity to speak today in full support of House Bill 924. Based on time requirements on testifying, I'm going to ignore my personal view on how disgusted I am at the lack of accountability at the Back River wastewater treatment plant and focus my information here on business ramifications. My name is Dave Baumgartner. My father purchased Riverside Marine, where I currently am president and have worked since 1976. We did not realize at the time the marina was purchased that we would be located at ground zero for 40 years. We're located 3/4 of a mile across the river from the worst managed wastewater treatment plant in Maryland. Sadly, this is an ongoing issue for generations. Within the first few years of business operations, our slips were 100% full with a waiting list. Our family moved to the marina. Being here 24/7, we started realizing how polluted Back River was. We would regularly see slicks of sewage floating on the water. By the mid-'80s until today, many of our slips remained empty and vacant. During the early 1980s, we did upgrades to the marina. We were required by Baltimore County and the state of Maryland to pay for a water dependent facility report, which I have here today. Preparing that report of operation, we could not believe how bad the reports were, how shocking it was at the water quality on Back River. It was much worse than imagined. Our data samples collected in the 70s and 80s were similar to the samples Desiree and other folks had collected last summer. Over the years, we've had to operate with numerous fish kills, continuous silting the river, causing less depth of the river. For decades, heavy flow of debris, trash, and trees floated out of Back River watershed into the bay. Now we have an out-of-control midge population for over a decade. Every one of these has caused major disruptions to business and profit. The past few years, the pollution was so bad, the state had to take over and run the plant that was in total disarray. The city balked about its financial responsibility.
Thank you very much. If you could wrap up your testimony.
Okay, I was born in 1958. Maybe give me a couple seconds here. The lack of accountability is completely unacceptable. Someone must be made accountable. The plant has operated out of control for decades. People should be arrested. Tried what's going on at the treatment plant. However, this is the best the county can muster.
I'm going to have to ask you to wrap it up.
To ensure that no other watershed in Maryland should ever have the pollution issues that threaten the lives of businesses, homeowners, and boaters like we have experienced on Back River. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Let's go to Stephen Hinson. He's not in there? Okay, in that case, we will go to Todd Crandall.
He had to leave.
He had to leave, okay. How about Alice Volpita? Nope. Okay, no Alice Volpita. Okay, how about Lee Biddinger? Nope. Laura Ray? No Laura Ray. Okay, we've got some questions. Delegate Foley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Delegate, my question is about the proposal for tax credit. And you'd mentioned something in your testimony, it was a little while ago, so I forget exactly what you said, about Baltimore City being opposed to this?
Yeah, so the first question about the tax credit. And
Right.
I'll say we've had various versions of this bill over the past couple of years. The problem is to the point where we're losing people from the community. In eastern Baltimore County, what we have is waterfront. And our development is, they call it the gateway to the Chesapeake. That's what they call it, Dundalk and Essex.
Right.
So when you have this problem, like the gentleman from the marina noted, living there isn't even viable. So they've started to say why, we're paying such high property taxes. I can't even go out in my backyard. And I have to admit, personally, I'm not a big fan of tax credits. But that is a remedy for the fact that people can't even use their backyards, their boat slips, their property, their house, their car, their boats have these dead bugs all over them. Your second question was about the opposition from, the city, in your testimony, they had noted they felt the requirements in the bill were cutting edge. So the statute actually defines what is considered enhanced nutrient removal. And what this bill does is it codifies in the permits that are required by wastewater treatment plants over 50 million gallons a day. And the bill limits it to wastewater treatment plants of that size. So what it would require is that for phosphorus and nitrogen, we adhere to what's considered enhanced nutrient removal levels that are in statute. And not only is it in statute, we've paid for it. If you remember several years ago, there was a lot of discussion about subsidies for the Department of Public Works by the state and the federal government. That was, it was part of the consent decree, and there was hundreds of millions of dollars that were given for this purpose. So not only is it defined in statute, it's in the cake. It's part of the wastewater treatment plant. So part of the bill is just saying, we value clean water. Let's stick to the stick to the goals that we have in statute and stick to the goals that we've paid for.
So if I could, a follow-up, Mr. Chair. So the opposition from the Baltimore government, I'll say for a shorthand, is over the definition of the definition of the nutrients and the scientific elements that you outlined in your testimony. But are they opposed to the tax credit?
I think it would be better for you to address that question directly to the city of Baltimore so they can speak for themselves. And I know they have representatives who would be willing to talk to you.
Okay.
Not here, but they exist.
Well,
you really can't ask him to explain
well, except
why
that
his opponents...
I guess, I heard him say they were opposed. And then the other question I had was, this is enabling legislation, so...
Yeah, you know what? We should ask the city of Baltimore directly how they feel about his bill.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Yeah. Delegate Ruth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Delegate,
Good to see you.
for bringing this bill. Good to see you, too.
Hold on. I forgot. I missed a witness. I missed Captain Dewberry. He was... let's hear from him, and then we'll go to you, Delegate Ruth. Yeah, Bob Newberry. I'm sorry. I almost forgot about you. Is he there? There he is.
Yeah, I'm here.
My apologies.
Yeah, I was born in no problem. No problem. I was born in '58 too, so I accept your apology.
Okay.
Now, this bill of Delegate Grammer's is fantastic. We've been over to the Back River group there and met with them, seen it firsthand. And it's just basically unexcusable, the situation. This isn't something that just started 5 years ago. This has been going on for 25, 30 years. And just recently, they had a 2 million gallon spill that closed down 10,004 acres, 400 acres of the northern bay. This is unacceptable. It's absolutely disgusting what's going on. It's affecting the livelihoods of the people that I represent in Kent, Queen Anne's, Talbot, Dorchester County, even in Cecil County. The amount of blooms, of algae blooms, when you see the red zones come up on the map in the spring and summer, they're all between the lower end of Pools Island all the way down to the Bay Bridge, and they're all on the western shore from the Patapsco and from the Back River. This is something that needs to be addressed, and it's disgusting. I mean, you're heading into a situation like Love Canal, and if this is not straightened out, it's killing the Northern Bay. It doesn't need to be tolerated. I know that a lot of the counties on the Eastern Shore are very glad that Delegate Grammer put this bill in, and it's about time somebody does something about it, and I hope he holds their feet to the fire. So I ask for a favorable vote on this, and I wish I could have said me too, but I had to say something, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, understood. Delegate Ruth, we'll go to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Delegate, my heart breaks for your community. What
tough.
you and your community have had to deal with is just horrible. I just wanted to touch base on the fiscal note, where it's obviously a very large fiscal note, but a part of that seems to be placing inspectors in the plants. And it says MDE notes that there are only 2 wastewater treatment plants more than 50 million gallons per day, and that's the Back River and Patapsco, and that part of it limits it to that, but they seem to feel that the bill's requirement for an inspector is not limited to only those 2. Is your intent to limit that to those 2 plants, and will you be addressing that with an amendment?
Yes. So the bill is limited. So the way we did that is it's a statewide bill, but we limited it to plants over 50 million gallons. And that limits it to the big ones, Back River, Patapsco. Of course, my focus is Back River. So we actually, the basis of this bill, we started with last year's amended version, and you remember that discussion. And MDE's suggestion last year was to limit it to these 2 plants.
Right.
And that reduced the fiscal note by like 97%. So, is there going to be money that has to be spent? Yes.
Oh, sure.
I don't dodge that bullet at all. Is there going to have oversight? Absolutely. I mean, the biggest thing I could say is, we've done 2 things briefly. We've reduced the fiscal note from last year by 97%. And like I said before, I'm continuing to work with Gabby. She does have some technical concerns that she thinks she can fix. And I've said, I've discussed those with her. We're more than willing to take all those suggestions. So I believe we're going to get there. I do, with working with MDE, I sense a change this year and that they're looking to help. So I believe we're going to get there with their help.
Yeah, thank you for that. And it sounds like it's really a technical concern that while most of it's limited to those 2 plants, the inspector part, there's some language issues. So hopefully that's in MDE's technical corrections. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Delegate Naraki.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Delegate, thank you for this bill. As the East Side guy who said midges on my cars and stuff like that, I certainly appreciate this bill. I did get a chance to look over the city's testimony, and one of the points there was interesting. It said basically that midges are naturally occurring, so we can't look at that. That led me to kind of down a train of thought. Can you maybe answer, if you know, why are we seeing such large daily fluctuations in the waterways, in the watershed, with respect to bacteria levels?
Yeah, so you've probably heard about a lot of the actual health problems. So I'm getting the head shake from Delegate Allen. There's a family in his district. They got a cut. His son's hip was infected. He couldn't walk. There are business owners that they've got a cut. They've lost skin on their arm. A gentleman's fingers started turning black. The problem with the bacteria is that's what causes the health-related issues. That's what causes the infections. And the way that's related to the plant is when you see some sort of failure, that's either a malfunction or, frankly, in some cases, it's kind of planned. When you talk to the engineers, they say this plant hits capacity. And when it hits capacity, it has to purge. Well, how that's handled is when the storm hits, the plant just can't take any more fluid, so it purges at least partially untreated sewage into Back River. And that's where the large daily fluctuations of bacteria come from. So there have been several cases where either it's just a big storm and the plant's at capacity, or something has failed, and we're seeing, like I said, at least partially untreated sewage. It's kind of the way they're operating it. It sounds crazy, but it's actually untreated sewage coming into Back River. And that's where these large bacteria fluctuations are coming from.
And the solution is that what? Just for our communities, just have to deal with it?
I sense that you had spent some time at Hart Miller Island, so you get this. You know, that's why, you know, there's meat on the bone in this bill, and it requires monitoring of daily bacteria. I can't look at my people in the face and say, get in the water, knowing what I see. So that's why we actually put monitoring requirements for bacteria, because it's kind of the unspoken killer right now. So I don't think it's acceptable. It's the public health part of this problem, and we need a remedy for that going forward. Because look, it's already getting warm. Spring's going to be here soon, and we need some sort of remedy.
All right. Thank you, Delegate. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
And the last pithy question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So,
Mr. Pith.
so you know, I've been on this committee for a few years, and
couple.
We've been dealing with the midges since I've been here. I mean, it's a never-ending saga of the midges in Baltimore County, and you know, I agree with what a lot of this testimony has been said today about, you know, how bad these conditions are. They're really unacceptable conditions coming out of a plant that's had $500 million spent in headworks. And I wouldn't want my children or grandchildren swimming in that pond or in that pool. But I'm glad to hear that you have worked out some details with, hopefully working out with MDE. But while you got Blair there with you, we've had some briefings this year, and they said there's been improvements made, and we've got a couple bills in now about accountability that hopefully something's going to come out, you know, to really address the concerns of that plant. But Blair or Rob, neither one, you live there. Are you seeing visual improvements in that water now or not?
No. It's cold, nobody's out on the water. When it's warm, people are out there every day. I have people in my cell, 7 a.m., taking samples, but the short answer is no.
This fall, Jay, we had crystal clear water. I mean, going into fall, and then all of a sudden, Back River, clear around the Middle River, and where I live up Middle River, I'm 6 miles up the river. So this had gotten there. This was the first time we ever seen this dark brown algae, and it was in November. I mean, we had an algae bloom. It was unbelievable. And it's the only thing I can attribute it to. It started out of Back River and just come right around to us. And it was right after a spill, but it was a cumulative effect. It's been building up for months and months or years. So we did have a major change in the water quality, and it lasted about 2 to 3 weeks.
And I heard from many of the watermen my way were concerned with dead zones at multiple depths. That weren't just like 10 feet, 20 feet, whatever, it's multiple depths. Did you hear from people on your side a big issue with dead zones and crabbers?
Creeping in the farther, and seen it in the last couple of years, it seems at times it's been going in the shower. It used to go into about 6 to 7 foot. They've seen it all the way up in the 3-4 foot of water. So it's changed. I mean, it's creeped in. Never saw it get in that close before.
So the problems are continuing, basically, is what you're saying.
Yep.
And it's bigger than just this year, last year, the past couple of years. The water quality from the time when I've lived in Essex my entire life. I'm 42. The water quality in Back River has just gone to hell. The only thing that lives there are kind of the scummiest fish you could scoop off out of mud. I don't know what I would fish for in Back River, and I sure wouldn't recommend anybody eating anything.
Thank you, and hopefully we'll get something out of this committee this year with some accountability. Thank you.
Okay, there appear to be no further questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Ends the public hearing on House Bill 924. Let's turn back to House Bill 851, Delegate Wilkins. And please bring up your witness. I believe you have one person with you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Lisa.
Greetings, members of the committee. Hello, Mr. Chair and Mr. Vice Chair. I am Delegate Janelle Wilkins, and I'm pleased to present HB 851. I am presenting HB 851 at the request and in working with my constituent Lisa, who will talk more about the bill and the issue. She was impacted by very harsh lighting outside her home that was put up by a public agency. It was so bright that it impacted her sleep. And through this situation, we realized that there are no state standards as it relates to lighting and outdoor lighting. And by doing some research, we also know that outdoor lighting has an impact on health, has an impact on the environment, on the animals, and it's absolutely critical that our state develops standards when it comes to outdoor lighting. HB 851 requires the Department of the Environment to establish standards on outdoor lighting, and I urge a favorable report on this bill.
Some of the members of my committee are complaining about the intense lighting in the committee room. I think they're mad about the fact that they're keeping them awake during public hearings, if I had to guess. Okay, Lisa, how do you pronounce your last name?
Capriolio.
Capriolio, okay.
Yes. I'm Lisa Capriolio, a resident of District 20, and I'm submitting this testimony in support of House Bill 851. Thank you, Delegate Wilkins, for listening to my concerns and for sponsoring this bill. Outdoor lighting is a public health issue. Excessively bright white lights on Long Branch Trail have negatively impacted my life every night. Oh, excuse me. Thank you. So I live in Tacoma Park near Long Branch Trail, and the excessively bright white lights have negatively impacted my life every night since they were installed in January of 2022. The new LED lights were 10 times brighter than recommended by the Illuminating Engineering Society of North America, and the color temperature was significantly whiter than the recommended 2200 Kelvin. I could not sleep. The lights disrupt my body's circadian rhythms. Outdoor lighting does not just impact me. A global study found that artificial light at night correlates with cancer. I contacted Montgomery Parks to request a change, and they emailed this response, quote, "The recent upgrades of the lights are part of our routine maintenance efforts, and the lighting is a type used throughout our park system. The lighting is directed toward the trail in accordance with parks installation practices, and our staff has determined the lighting is appropriate for the need it serves. With these considerations in mind, the lights will not be altered," end quote. This is not limited to Montgomery Parks. New lights on the Carroll Avenue Bridge over Sligo Creek are bright white. Residents were simply told not to look at the lights. New lights on Park Valley Bridge over Sligo Creek are bright white. This underscores the need for this bill. Existing rules on outdoor lighting do not take current scientific standards into account. Staff with no special training makes decisions affecting public health. Science must take precedence over intuition. I urge you to consider it favorably.
Okay. Any questions? Delegate Healy.
Yeah, thank you very much for this bill, Delegate. I'm just curious, who makes the decision about what kind of bulbs, what kind of wattage goes in? Is it the utility company or is it the municipality, the county? Who makes that call?
In this instance, it was the county who decided to install these lights and whatever internal processes that they have around the type and how bright it is and things like that. And when Lisa reached out, we did check in with them, and they said that according to their standards, that the lights met their standards. However, as Lisa mentioned, it was so bright that it disrupted her sleep, and for a year, they refused to make any changes to it.
Thank you. I'm just curious as to who, whether, call Pepco or somebody else, but it was the county.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Damn them. Delegate Guyton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you so much for bringing this bill. Because I've actually had a similar situation in my community where a lot of people were very, very upset at, 50 bright lights going into an area that was completely dark and preserved and historic. I've actually done a little research into this, and I wondered if you're familiar with the dark sky outdoor lighting regulations and whether if we were somehow able to enforce the compliance for that, it would solve these problems.
That's a great question, Delegate, and through my constituents' work and her research, I am familiar with that organization. They do great work. I wanted to include them directly in the bill and for us to adopt their standards, but bill drafting was a little concerned around that with them being sort of an outside entity. So I did get a little bit of pushback around including them directly adopting their standards. So the way that the bill is currently drafted is the MDE, Maryland Department of Environment, would consult various organizations and other agencies.
Thank you for that. And the reason I ask is because I know that these standards are already in place. And I just wondered if you were aware, because this is a question, that MDOT actually does use these dark sky standards already when necessary. So that just were you aware of that?
Around MDOT specifically, or not MDOT specifically, no, but what we would hope with this bill is that they would be adopted statewide and that counties eventually would be required to do this as well.
Sure. So, but state agencies are already doing this. That was
awesome.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. That ends the public hearing on House Bill 851. Have a wonderful evening.
Thank you so much,
I know
committee.
we will. Okay, last bill of the evening, Delegate Hutchinson. And just because you're so late does not mean that you will not receive the same rude behavior that we show toward everybody else.
I would expect that with some of my colleagues over here.
Yeah.
Good evening. Thank you, Chairman Barbe and members of the Environment and Transportation Committee on the opportunity to present HB 934, Natural Resources Female Deer Hunting Contest Authorization. For the record, I am Delegate Tom Hutchinson. I represent District 37B, representing Caroline, Dorchester, Talbot, and Wacomico counties on the beautiful Eastern Shore. I'm honored to be here tonight, as this is my first bill hearing as a new delegate. In 2019, the Farm Bureaus of the lower Eastern Shore counties of Somerset, Worcester, and Wacomico created the Deer Harvest Challenge. Dorchester County Farm Bureau began the program in 2022. Currently, the Maryland firearms deer season typically runs for 2 weeks, beginning on the Saturday after Thanksgiving and into early December. The season then reopens for 3 days in early January. In 2022, the dates were Friday to Sunday, January 6 to 8, long after most hunters had put their firearms away for the season. The intent of the challenge is to entice hunters to return on the January dates to continue to hunt whitetail and sika deer to help reduce the deer population. To encourage hunters to return in January, the doe challenge was created. The way the challenge works is that for each doe or antlerless deer harvested, hunters take the deer to a designated check-in station where they will receive a ticket, which is placed into a lottery. In each participating county, 3 tickets are drawn for $1,000 each on the final night, so a total of $3,000 per county. It is also important to note that the hunters must abide by all hunter game laws and tag and register each deer. And all deer can only be harvested in the participating counties. It's also important to note that this not only helps to reduce the deer population and thus reduce the crop damage that they create, but in my district in the Lower Shore and in the Lower Shore counties, deer hunting is a source of food for many families. The hunters also have the option to donate the harvest to the Maryland Food Bank with no processing fee. So currently, state law does not allow a person to sell, offer for sale, barter, or exchange any game, bird, or mammal taken from the wild. The concept of a lottery is a little bit vague. As mentioned, this program has been running successfully for 4 years, but there has been some confusion about the legality of it within DNR. The intent of this bill is to clarify this issue and ensure that this very successful program can continue to keep our farmers and to prevent crop damage, to incentivize our hunters to return on the last 3 days of the season, and to feed families who harvest venison as a source of food. Now, I respectfully ask the committee for a favorable vote on HB 934, however, with amendments. And you'll hear as the Humane Society comes up I believe they will support this as well with these amendments. There was some confusion as to what part of the code we were referring to. The bill is referring to repealing and reenacting Section 10427, which is very sacred to the Humane Society. What we really want to do is amend this, and we want to change it into Section 10.404. Thank you.
Before I recognize Lindsay, so what happens if you shoot a male deer by mistake? Seriously, I mean.
That I do not have an answer to that. I'll have to get back to you on that.
I mean, from a distance, is it that obvious? Well, I guess they'd have antlers. Okay, all right, never mind. Okay, Lindsay, go ahead.
You don't get a ticket. And
That's
DNR gives you a ticket.
Okay.
That's a good answer.
Good evening at this point, I guess, Mr. Chair, members of the committee, Lindsay Thompson here on behalf of the Maryland Grain Producers Association in excited support of this bill. So when this bill was drafted, I looked at it and actually looked back in my emails from Delegate Stein from 2020, in which I was assured that the section of the code would not impact our doe harvest and donation programs because white-tailed deer are not outlined within that section, right? As Delegate Hutchison said, we believe that this belongs in 10-404, which says that you might not sell or barter wild game, right? And DNR is interpreting this to maybe include getting a lottery ticket, and that is bartering, right? We believe that this is a very beneficial program, not only for our farmers, but also for feeding the hungry. So on any given year, this specific challenge harvests between 200 and 300 deer, many of which are donated, generating as much as 20,000 pounds of venison being donated to the Maryland Food Bank, and that is paid for. The processing is paid for by the farmers, including Maryland Grain Producers and the Farm Bureau, as well as local donations from farmers and landowners. And so really, we feel like this is just a clarification bill. Happy to work with the delegate on the amendment to move it to the right section, and we hope for a favorable report.
Okay, I don't see a Mike Detmer out there, so we'll go to Carol and.
Mike Detmer was here but had to go back to Dorchester County.
Okay, well, through the magic of electrons, Karen Abbott is with us. So, Karen, I saw you there a second ago, I thought.
Still here.
There she is, okay. Just think of how much shorter your drive home is.
Yes, right.
That's right.
Well, Chairman Barbie, I want to invite you down to the Eastern Shore to go hunting one time and get the full.
Just not at 11 o'clock on a Sunday morning.
No, but I would invite anybody to come down. Anyway, I am a commissioner from Worcester County, and I do support this bill. And I support it because I believe that it helps to finish the season strong, helps feed the hungry, also helps with the crops. But even more than that, you know, when the deer population gets to be overwhelming, and we've seen this happen many times, the deer becomes sick. And so keeping the population down does help with that as well. So for those reasons, we support this bill.
Okay, let's go to Colby Ferguson. Colby? There he is. And he's got deer behind him. Quick, shoot him.
Thank you. And if you see, they are antlerless as well. So,
yeah.
Yes, we're here, Colby Ferguson on behalf of Maryland Farm Bureau, and we're here in support of this bill and we're willing to do the amendments to move it to the right section of the law. That's not a problem with us. We just want to make sure that this program continues and we don't have any issues. Assistant Attorney General at Department of Natural Resources had some concerns that this was causing some of those concerns within the 404 language. And so we've been told by DNR that this needs to be addressed legislatively. So that's why the bill's for you today. And we would ask for a favorable report to keep this program going. I had put in an additional amendment, but after talking to the bill sponsor, that's not needed. We can leave it with the month of January as it is currently. So with that,
Okay.
thank you.
Any questions for the sponsor of the bill? There we go.
Yeah. We do that at HGO too.
Amen. Colby raises his hand. Actually, I'm going to do something a little unusual. Jennifer Bevan Dangle, why don't you come? Ordinarily, I would have you testify after, but why don't you testify and tell us if you can support the bill with the amendment that he's suggesting?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Jennifer Bevan Dangle. I'm the State Director for the Humane Society of the United States in Maryland. And you'll see our written testimony is also joint with Maryland Votes for Animals. I do want to be clear, the Humane Society has a few bright lines. We try to stay out of the Bambi bills, but we do not support commercialization of harvesting our public trust wildlife, and we are very proud of the killing contest ban that this committee passed just 2 years ago, and we would hate to see it opened up in this manner. The delegate was kind enough to share with me his thoughts on amending the bill. I'm not sure I could use the word support, but I think we could get to a place of silence, which would put us in line with how we treat most of the other deer bills in front of this committee.
I like the way you referred to them as Bambi bills. Okay, we do have a couple of legitimate questions, and the first goes to Delegate Ruth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I just wanted to clarify that the contest is to kill one female deer. There's no inducement to kill multiple. Is that correct? Or is it like how many you kill, or it's just one?
So you have to stay within the limits of this season, right? And I believe it's 5 per season per person, right? But you receive a raffle ticket for each antlerless deer you donate during the 3-day season, but it cannot exceed the statutory limit for each hunter.
So you get it if you kill up to 5, then you get 5 tickets. Am I understanding that right? 5 raffle tickets.
Correct.
Okay.
Although I'm not sure you can legally kill 5 antlerless deer in one day as one hunter.
Okay.
I would have to get back to you on that.
We'll get back to you.
It's not the actual amount. I'm just trying to get whether the inducement is to kill as many as you're allowed to kill with whatever the limit is, or whether it's one deer. Thank you.
Thank you. Where's the money come from for the contest?
Maryland Grain Producers funds that, and those are farmer dollars, as well as the local farm bureau. So that's farmer dollars, and then they also take private donations from landowners in the Lower Shore.
And that would also include the processing of the deer that get donated?
Correct. The processing is 100% paid for, so that is a donation, and then the raffle tickets or the prizes are paid for by the farmers and landowners as well.
So the whole program between the I guess you call it the lottery winner and the processing is all paid for basically through organizations and private donations?
Correct.
Thank you.
Well, you know, because the farm community and the waterman community is so completely linked, maybe the watermen should contribute some money too. Okay. Delegate Healy.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I just, this is probably an unusual question for this committee, but I'm seeing this as a lottery, and I don't know if this falls under any of the state regulations about lotteries. I think that, we have kind of a monopoly on the lottery, except for certain charitable gaming in different parts of the state. Exactly. I'm wondering if this, you've researched that I'm not sure every lottery, even this kind of lottery, might be illegal unless we kind of make it legal.
Spoken like a real refugee from Ways and Means.
Delegate, that's a very good question. I also wonder whether the word lottery is wrong. What if it was drawing? Does that make it different?
No.
in your
Well, then it would
terms?
definitely be like a tip jar.
So-
That's right. It would make no difference in that question. Thank you, though.
Fair enough. We'll certainly look into
It's
that.
a good intellectual question, but we're not going to allow it to stand in the way of the bill, so,
Thank you.
right. Okay, there appear to be no further questions. That ends the public hearing on your first bill in the legislature, 934. And do we have announcements for the committee? Delegate Holmes.
The Housing and Real Property Subcommittee will meet in 6:45. Because I'm going to go upstairs to my office and open up from there. 6:45,
Okay.
Housing and Real Property.
Okay.
Virtual, you have the link.
Okay, push your little button there. And Vice Chairman.
The Environment Subcommittee will also meet virtually at 6:45.
Okay. Delegate Stewart.
This is not a subcommittee announcement. This is a personal announcement. I just wanted to applaud. It is the 53rd anniversary of when Delegate Barry Siliberti announced his first run for the House of Delegates in 1970.
Oh, man, and on that note, meeting adjourned. Oh, boy.
Long day.